Hello again and welcome to the second day of the 6th edition of NODE Forum 2020 Second Nature. I'm Janne Nora Kummer and with me is famous new media artist Jeremy Bailey. Oh, he's up there,
Hi.
I think.
Oh yeah, it's great to be here. Wow, what a day.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I think you are in a cloud floating like above me or somewhere, right? Yeah.
Yes, I'm also, I also changed my look for today. You know, I thought it would be good to help people to start their day here with the weather. You know, we're like supposed to be a morning show. So I've got the weather forecast on my face. It's going to be cloudy tomorrow, which makes me look sad.
But is it like, what weather are we seeing here?
Oh yeah, this is in Toronto. So I live in Toronto. Theoretically, I don't, you know, because I'm in the digital metaverse, you know, but this is the weather actually in a real place called Toronto, where I'm coming from. And where are you?
What is the weather in Frankfurt? We're in Frankfurt, in the Musanturm, of course. I forgot to mention that. Great venue, and yeah, can you do the Frankfurt weather as well?
No, I haven't added that functionality yet.
Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah,
you still have time. But I mean, we all know the weather. I don't know the weather because I haven't left this building since, I don't know, 48 hours. So maybe somebody else can tell me later on what the weather is. Or you can look it up in the internet because you're online and connected. But
yeah, I'll bring you the weather later.
Cool. How are you doing, Jeremy? What did you take from yesterday, the first day of NODE Forum 2020?
Well, you know what? I'm getting a little older. I'm thinking, you know, it's time to get more responsible. I was reflecting a lot. You know, I was kind of up in bed last night thinking, wow, you know, maybe it's time I took responsibility for some of my actions. You know, it's not all fun and games. And I know you've been telling me this for days leading up to the festival, but it started to sink in a little bit. So yeah, but at the same time, I'm really optimistic. I'm really excited. I'm excited that there are new ideas, that there are maybe new pathways. I don't know. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, the same. I'm really interested in what you mean with like that you kind of shall grow up and be more responsible for your actions, or what does it mean concretely in your?
Yeah, I mean, it means concretely we won't have more NODE festivals if there's no planet. So at the same time, maybe I need to like finally transcend this human form and become a fungus. You know, so that is something I have to think about. Maybe actually that's a good idea for tomorrow's film.
Maybe we can work on that during the next the next coming days. No, we still have quite a lot of time, like a lot of days to go, a lot of interesting workshops and panels. And yeah, I mean, this is we will start today with an Appetizer TV. With us on a little panel are Jan Vogt again, Alexander Scholz, and Diana, now I hope, Sherbanesco. Perfect. Before we move over there, we will have our little poll by the Skult project. You know it from yesterday. If you don't, you will see it on your screens. Start to vote, answer the questions, and in 2 minutes, we see you over at the breakfast area Appetizer.
Controlled osmosis, a reasonable approach to nature bending. And they push dark clouds away to cultivate clean winds and kindness. Our elders, at the cost of their own comfort, postponed the great environmental crisis of their time, and grew the happy little flower of love and caring that was promised. It is a small price to pay that we no longer know facts, for facts get twisted into opinions, and opinions are the root of discord. We have decided to entrust machines with our lives and each other with the rest, and have finally learned to live in what system builders call controlled osmosis. Neglecting formal education to instead learn empathy and care has made citizens happier but dependent on system builders to face future challenges and existential threats. A strong leadership must be instated to ensure humanity's survival. A. Ignorance is bliss but should not be taken advantage of. Existential risks will be managed by referendum. B. This new humanity is a gem, but too naive to survive on its own. It is important someone oversees it.
Okay. Thank you. I hope you all participated in this poll, and you will due to the course of this festival. So we are back here in our little Appetizer TV section. With us, or with me right now, is again famous new media artist Jeremy Bailey, who is somewhere over here. Then you met yesterday, and if you haven't, it's Jan Vogt, who is the artistic director and the creative director of NODE Forum 2020 and of NODE in general. Then we have Alexander Scholz, who is the co-curator of the second Nature edition of NODE. And with us, we have as well our moderator for the second and the third panel. Again, Diana Scerbanesco. Was it right again? Kind of. And maybe to introduce Diana a little bit so you know who is sitting with us at the panel. So Diana is a researcher, a curator, performance artist living in Berlin. She owns a PhD in computer science and a BA in performing arts. Diana works on interdisciplinary approaches to culture, society, and technology with a strong focus on human factors. She is researching the criticality of artificial intelligence at the Weizenbaum Institute, Berlin, researching on the topics of bias and explainability in relation to machine learning algorithms. And her research aims to reveal inherent symbolic power structures in current technological systems. So did I get this kind of? And she as well is the co-founder of Replica, which is a performing arts platform inviting creatives and scientists to collaborate on imagining hybrid behavioral models of human and machines and to prototype future tools, cultures, and rituals. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much for this extensive introduction. That is all correct. I'm very happy to be here today. I'm very excited to be part of this vibrant community of digital creatives and creative coders. And I'm very happy to be hosting a double panel later on this evening with wonderful guests, like really amazing artists and researchers. And the topic that we are going to discuss under the broad title of synthetic being would be the role of the artist in developing the underlining, in pushing the envelope of artificial intelligence and in co-creating with artificial intelligence, and the power of artistic practice for unveiling the politics of play at play and the mechanisms which are under the hood of what we call AI power systems nowadays. So I'm inviting you to join later on. We are going to try to inject some criticality into the discussions, and I'm really excited about it.
Me too.
Can you maybe share some thoughts about the criteria by which you selected the participants for the panel? Because it is a double panel, because there are so many amazing artists and creative practitioners participating that we had to split the panel into actually two panels. Mm-hmm. So please, maybe you can talk a little bit about the people that will be participating and why you selected them.
So the first of the two panels will feature as guests Professor Vladan Joller from the Novi Sad University of Belgrade and co-author of the artistic essay, The Anatomy of an AI System. Then we'll have on the same panel Johannes Hellberger from Kling Klang Klong, approaching the topic of co-creation with AI from a sound design perspective. And then we have Vera-Maria Glahn from Field, who's also doing amazing work and amazing projects, working with creating transparency around machine learning power algorithms. So when I created this first panel, I was interested in bringing together a diversity of opinions and viewpoints from a visual perspective, from a sound perspective, creative perspective, but also to bring more academic discourse and criticality into the discussions. And then the second panel, we have, again, three guests, Christian Miro-Leclerc, the famous artist Refik Anadol, and Caroline Sinders. And the choice was also like, I was looking for complementary approaches and opinions towards the topic of artificial intelligence. What does artificial intelligence mean for our society? How does it reflect in the works of art we create? What is the responsibility of the artist working with artificial intelligence into the kind of dismantling the broad mainstream narratives and pushing the status quo? Yeah, I hope we are going to have a very interesting mixture of those views and opinions.
I think that's that definitely will be the case. It already sounds like it. And maybe before we keep on going on with our little chat in the appetizer, we have one responsible person for the fridge today, which is Jan.
Oh yes, I have so many hats on my head these times that I also want to serve you some booze. Are you into it?
Sure.
Right now?
Bring it.
Shall I serve some?
Well,
Champagne? Okay, bubbles are always good.
Was soll der Geiz, sagt man in Deutsch. Ich weiß nicht, ob es das in...
no idea.
Not sure.
I don't even
I
know
would translate that into why not?
Why not, yeah.
I agree. Like, I'm warming up for later, so yeah.
Yeah, that really sounds interesting. I don't know, like, because I don't want to keep on. I have a lot of questions already for you. But maybe, Jeremy, what about you? You were awkwardly silent for your persona.
I was working. Yeah, no, I was working with an AI while you were all talking.
I thought about this.
Creatively, I asked an AI to create a new look for me, and this is what they came up with. Apparently, because I talk a lot, now the AI decided I should have 3 mouths instead of eyes. So anyway, I guess it begs the question: what can go wrong when we're creating with AI? Maybe this is wrong, but it feels kind of right. I don't know.
I think sometimes it's worth exploring the field of possibilities, at least like within the creative practice context, before you launch those systems into the wild and you put them to solve like social problems or technical problems.
Yeah, so it's okay. So what I'm doing is okay. It's okay if I just change my look. It's not affecting anyone negatively. Well, maybe me.
Well, maybe me if you have 3 mouths and I have to be with you the next 6 days. But we will figure that out. It's a research time for me as well with you, Jeremy. Yeah. I actually have questions because when I was introducing Diana, I was already mentioning that Diana has is an expert in 2 very different fields, which is one's computer science, where she has like a PhD. Actually, she owns a PhD in computer science, but as well, she did a bachelor's in performing arts. And we had a little chat before, but like, So how does this transdisciplinary reflect in your own work? What are you, yeah.
I'm trying to still make this transdisciplinary approach work and happen. I think there is a lot of potential from combining art with research and creating those transdisciplinary practices with the academia and with the artist communities, and I think it's very important. So my strategies are, I would like to bring from performance art methods for public engagement. I'm trying to bring methods for experimentation and pushing the boundaries of technology, like when you just are free to improvise device, break the system, hack the system, like just creatively explore the possibilities there, like not with a technical mindset that things have to work, but more like with an artistic mindset that things can crash, and those crashes sometimes can be beautiful, because in performance sometimes like you have beautiful moments when you expect the least, like you are kind of trained in dealing with this kind of unpredictability, and you are hunting for this moment actually, like moments of magic. So I think that kind of explorative mindset and attitude is very, very valuable. And also the political aspect that also comes like from cultural studies and performance studies, like topics like of inclusion, questions of inclusion and diversity, and how to bring the margins more to the center of the technological discourse. I think this is important, like power structures and who holds the power and who is heard and who is not heard. I think those aspects are very important and come from the arts, I see.
A toast to artistic hacking of the system?
How is?
A toast to artistic hacking of the system, I wanted to say.
I agree to that, full-heartedly.
And you're doing a good job in being responsible for the drinks and for the...
And I think this was also a very nice segue into the second nature part of the upcoming program. You were just talking about, power structures, who holds the power, who gets hurt, and I think this is also what the panel that immediately follows this Appetizer TV is sort of all about. We titled it "Mapping Complexities: How Market Forces and Political Interests Geoengineer the Planet," and it was really our way of kind of like opening up this, beginning the conversation, right? Zooming out and looking at the mess that is planet Earth at the moment, and kind of like these, the complexities that we find ourselves in. Yesterday we talked about these ideas of hyper objects. Things that are so crises that are so large they feel overwhelming because you don't know where they begin, where they end. In the panel description, we wrote about like the things that make your iPhone affordable, for example, are directly linked to pollution and exploitation elsewhere on the planet. So all these interdependencies and interconnections are really, really important to kind of understand. And it might be futile trying to understand them all, but what we can do at least is trying to kind of untangle these things and talk about them, and that's why we brought in a number of really, really great speakers for this panel. And actually, before the conversation, we will have a lecture performance by Moritz Frischkorn, a choreographer and researcher, and maybe, Jan, you can talk a little bit about this.
Yeah, actually, I just noticed right now that we have two positions here today, or actually even more, Mio as well, no? People who are combining thinking about the body and dance, as well as algorithms and systems and structures, and this is not a coincidence, no, I think. I mean, also NODE has been working for a while with Motion Bank, the research project by the Forsyth company, where it was also about maybe it's a way of using the thought system of choreography and contemporary dance as a tool to think about the world in total, the world in general, and thinking about the world at the moment very much means to think about digital transformation and the technological systems that globally connect us. So I really appreciate that there are so many people from the dance field that are coming into the creative technologies world. And so Moritz is a dear friend from Hamburg, I have to admit, like very openly, transparently here. He is the choreographer who has been thinking for a while about the agency of objects and the relationship we have with objects. And he will tell a lot. I'm a bit scared to tell too much right now, but maybe as a context, I saw the work he's presenting today in a slightly different format in Hamburg, at Kampnagel, the theater in Hamburg, the big one. And over there, he's been having this amazing exhibition in which was collecting 3 different dossiers, as he calls it, and which were presented as exhibition works in a way. And there was a 4th dossier done by a dancer as well, happening within this exhibition space. Unfortunately, due to the current situation, we can't have this kind of setup at the festival, unfortunately. But to give a very brief overview, these 3 dossiers each of them are trying to investigate one aspect of the global logistical capitalist system and means of systems of exploitation as well. And the performative dossier was trying to understand our personal role in this system and reflecting on a very personal level and running through these different dossiers. It's probably a bit hard to understand from a very abstract explanation right now, to be honest, but you will understand probably later. But what I really like about the fact that he's doing this today, this lecture performance, is that when I saw this performance and was talking with him about it in advance back in Hamburg, I noticed that he was struggling a lot himself with his role as a white European body that has all the means and opportunities and possibilities to do these travels, to say like, oh, okay, I'm the one who's just by the mere fact that he's been also born here and given these opportunities and everything, he's the one who's just given the means to map complexity. I'm gonna go and explore the world and understand how it's functioning and its also downsides and these kinds of things, and this kind of problematic and at the same time also positively powerful role, because he can use his artistic glasses and shed light on complex questions. This is a very ambivalent situation and role as an artist. It's a lot of responsibility there.
I think because we will see this performance, or let's say the lecture performance, which you are just mentioning, is a different version of Moritz, and Moritz is going to be on the next panel as well, so there will be plenty of time to hear him and to talk, to answer questions in the chat if you have questions towards his work. And because we are nearly done already with this Appetizer TV, I think there is so much more to talk about with you as well, Diana, about the intersection of physical knowledge or bodily knowledge, I would say as well, and AI. And therefore, I want to mention, because I didn't mention this yesterday, every day between, I think, when the festival ends, the last show, where the last show is up, till 11 o'clock at night, there is the Speaker's Corner, where you can join in and discuss different subjects as well. Maybe some of the panelists will be here. Maybe Diana will be there tonight.
I would be very happy to discuss it with anyone interested in these topics, and I think, it's very, very important and relevant.
Okay, so you can meet Diana tonight at the Speaker's Corner as well. And so now we will wrap up already. The next panel will be moderated by Elise Misau Hanschuk, I hope. I pronounced this right, which is a Berlin-based landscape researcher, editor, educator trained in landscape architecture, philosophy, and geography, and which will host this very interesting panel you already announced, Alex. And yeah, I think we will finish and give Moritz the stage. Thank you very much, and I see you all around. And yeah.
Thank you.
Cheers.
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 Yeah.
The Great Report, a failed attempt at mapping complexity, or an attempt at mapping complicity, or bearing complicity versus mapping complexity. 1, fire. What you see on the video is a dance battle in Lagos, Bariga in July 2019. I am dancing with Opeyemi Babayemi, a friend of Busayo Olovo, who invited me to his house on that day. Bariga is a densely populated area on the so-called mainland of Lagos. It's maybe a bit rough. So the neighborhood is largely informally governed and people rely on irregular and informal jobs to make a living. Yet as you can see, or as you could see, the people in Lagos Bariga are very rich on other levels. Looking at this video just now, again, feels strange. I love the music, but then I don't know if you could see how nervous I actually was. And did you maybe notice the moment where I nearly lost my balance? Also, I talked to Busayo the other day, and he told me that for him and his family and his colleagues, the living situation has only gotten much worse due to Corona. So there's a lot of sadness when I look at these images. But I can say that this encounter, it means a lot to me. Busayo had invited Robin Hinge, a photographer with whom I traveled in Nigeria, and me to his place. So with his friends, we watched a soccer game at the local soccer field. We took motorcycles and we drove to the lagoon. And we discussed mostly theater. These were all theater makers, choreographers like me. And then when we went back to his house, there had been a small birthday party, a children's birthday party, which, when we came back, had turned into some kind of block party. So the whole neighborhood had gathered and was hanging out. So we joined and had a beer. The children, they showed me some dance steps. And then after a while, the moderator of the event, he came towards me and he asked me if I wanted to say something. He had a microphone in hand. So I said, yes, okay. And I thanked everyone for the invitation, and I tried to explain why we had come to Lagos. Robin and me, we originally traveled to Nigeria because we wanted to follow the flow of used goods that leave Northern Europe in order to be shipped, sorted, amended, and sold again in West Africa. Already before that trip, a while ago before that trip, I had collaborated with a group of refugees from West Africa in an artistic project in Hamburg. Within this project, which was initiated by the Hamburg-based performance group Geheimagentur, what we tried to do was to imagine another port, one that was not as privatized and shielded as the international port of Hamburg is today. And what we actually wanted to know was we wanted to learn more about the logistical processes that go on within that port and how supply chains support our lives today. So when people asked us about this project, while we were doing it, we always said this one sentence, you know, 90% of everything that we use in our daily lives it comes to us by container ships. It's shipped, actually. All the while, from my West African colleagues in Hamburg, some of which are Nigerian also, I learned that used goods travel from Hamburg to West Africa on quite a frequent basis. Many of the traders that I met within the project had come to Germany as refugees, which also means that most of them had actually lost family or friends on their way. In Germany, in turn, they were not allowed to enter the labor market because of the lack of proper citizenship. And therefore, their daily business was and still is to intervene into global supply chains by renting single containers and collecting goods that are sort of discarded and that we think of as waste, like old cars, tires, mattresses, electronic appliances, clothes, and so on, and ship them back to where they come from. In turn, they know much more about logistics than I do. Almost at the same time, my colleague Sibylle showed me a logistics commercial. It's a relatively famous UPS marketing video from 2010 that carries the title, "We Love Logistics."
Logistics makes the world work better.
When it's planes in the sky for a chain of supply, that's logistics. When the parts for the line come precisely on time, that's logistics. A continuous link that is always in sync, that's logistics. Carbon footprint reduced, bottom line gets a boost, that's logistics. With new ways to compete, there'll be cheers on Wall Street, that's logistics. When technology knows right where
Based on an adapted version of Dean Martin's That's Amore, we here in this commercial see parcels and parts traveling around the globe with effortless ease and seamless fluidity. All movement, as symbolized by this wonderful, softly bending golden arrow, is smooth, efficient, and beautiful. And here is where my own profession comes in. I'm a choreographer and dance maker. And in relation to that very commercial that you just saw, Betsy Wilson, the marketing manager of UPS at the time, she said the following: "We love logistics. We love its precision, its epic scale. Each day, our customers count on us to choreograph a ballet of infinite complexity, played across skies, oceans, and borders." And so I wondered about the evident contradictions that I experienced between the marketing image of effortless flow on the one hand and the hardship and racist violence that my colleagues from West Africa had faced on their passage and were still facing in Hamburg. Between this almost godlike faculty, logistics I mean, that claims to choreograph the smooth and happy movement of all things and people, on the one hand, and the neo-colonial reality of exploitation of resources and labor, which global trade cycles, I claim, perpetuate, on the other hand. As a choreographer, I was especially interested in the logics and principles of this system of movement, especially because I believe that logistical networks are one of the unseen mechanisms that keeps global inequalities in place. Logistics, as the critical geologist Deborah Cohen writes, is an assemblage that is at once bio, necro, and anti-political. Now, logistics largely runs on oil. Therefore, my colleague Robin Hinch, whose images you see here, he proposed to also visit the Niger Delta on our trip to Nigeria. Nigeria, in fact, is the biggest exporter of crude oil in Africa, and all of the crude that it exports stems from the highly fertile Niger Delta. The delta was once one of the richest ecosystems on the planet, but has nearly completely been devastated by 50 years of industrial exploitation of oil. Livelihoods are destroyed, and the future is taken away from a population as big as that of Poland. So young people in turn are forced to steal oil and illegally refine it on small islands in the delta, a practice that is called artisanal refinery in the jargon of the delta. Like my colleagues from Hamburg, they are structurally excluded from the flow of the golden UPS arrow that so magically supplies our lives. 2, water. Well, now imagine that oil, it had traveled north, that oil that was extracted in Nigeria, and it had landed here. We are in paradise on the island of Crete. What you see is an abandoned tennis court above the small bay of Kalilimenes on the southern shore of Crete. It belongs to a rundown hotel that oversees the bay. Actually, the hotel is on the right side of the image. And the hotel, in turn, belongs to a Greek oligarch family named Vardinoyannis. The Vardinoyannis, they bought land on the shore of Kalilimenes in the 1960s and started to supply crude oil to the US Navy from here. Then they built a bunkering station, which is a filling station for ships, on a small island in that very paradisical bay. And based on the illegal acquisition of this very place, they built an empire. Today, they are one of the richest Greek families. They own a refinery in Corinth. They invest in oil and gas extraction all over the Middle East, run several TV stations, and hold shares in over 100 companies. After we had played tennis, my colleague Paula Hildebrand, who you see on the image, who is a filmer, author, and researcher, and has been coming to Crete for almost over 30 years now, and me, we went to have lunch in the small tavern called Neopanorama on the right side of the Bay of Kalilimenes. In that tavern, we were trying to interrogate Alexandra, the waitress of the tavern, about the bunkering station and the Vardinoyannis family. She didn't know very much, to be honest, but she told us 2 things. Still today, this very rich Greek oligarch family, they return to Kalilimenes every summer to give parties, for which, as she claims, rich Arabian princesses are flown in. And then Alexandra says there's sharks that circle around the island the whole year. When Paula and me go back to Pizzeria, where we stay, from Cali Limenes, this is the song that we often listen to. And before we go to the beach at Comos, we have to tank. And we do that at the Shell filling station close to Pizzeria. By the way, all of the Shell filling stations in Greece belong to the Vardinogiannis family via their company Coral Energy. And did I mention that Shell is one of the main actors in the Niger Delta, who has been held accountable for the destruction of large parts of the Ogoniland, a part in the east of the delta. So in fact, it is the oil running through the pipes of our car, like the golden UPS arrow, effortlessly and smooth, that supplies our holiday experience. If paradise, as Paula claims, is but a fleeting experience or sensation, it might depend as much on oil as on water. So we are thus also interested in the water-intensive touristic infrastructures that the island is dotted with. And besides playing tennis on the rundown tennis court of the Vardinogiannis family, Paula and me, we therefore also go golfing and visit the biggest water park on the island. Water has become a scarce resource on the island. It has been scarce for many centuries already, but the big tourism industries have aggravated the condition severely. While there used to be small fountains all over the island, as Paula tells me, where you could supply yourself with water, more and more of them have dried out. I mean, for the time being, we can supply ourselves still with plastic bottled water, either from Zaros on the island of Crete, or if we want, we can also buy it at Lidl. Yet the question remains, if paradise depends on the externalization of costs on invisible supply networks and on care work that is often either forgotten or neglected, how to still enjoy the pleasures of water and oil.
Now, for the setup, it's quite important to have a straight spine. So that means you have to point your behind out a little bit.
Again,
it feels a little bit strange and it looks maybe a little bit funny.
If I look at myself on the golf court,
slightly
that feels weird, but in a different way. I mean, obviously it doesn't quite sit right, the t-shirt and the golf cap. But really, if a sense of complicity and implication in the ongoing destruction of land and the suffering of people hits me, then deep sadness comes back. It's a sense of grief about the sheer scale of destruction, maybe also about the apparent complexity of it. But really, I ask myself, how can I shift my pleasure? How can it be structured otherwise? And do we maybe need another type of paradise? Three, Earth.
And they decided, why the hell we'll break our mountains here? Let's do something more intelligent. Let's collect waste. Let's gain a space on the sea by building up a mountain of waste. And then we charge the citizens and the state and the government on this service. And then when the mountain of waste will be already big and saturated and everything.
And it stinks.
And stinks. We will charge them again to spread it. So you have two plans for this, the coastline of Lebanon. One is called NODE, and the other one is called Elisar. Elisar is mainly where the Costa Brava is.
For the southern part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for the southern suburbs of Beirut. The dump site of Costa Brava is there. This is the starting point of Elisar.
Yeah.
Okay. You think that they just passed by there and studied that Costa Brava would be the place to host the landfill? No. They are building Elisar on the garbage. But they are gaining money. Because they are charging for dumping there. And then they will be selling the square meter at $20,000. Because they built it.
Who are they?
All the...
That's the political class.
Yeah, you have capos here. And you have the capos of the capos.
Yeah.
The capos are mainly all the leaders and political parties. Everybody with no exceptions. Everybody. The one who tells you that there is an exception, he's one of them. Each party is involved in a way or another in everything happening in all Lebanon. Everybody.
This is Lebanese activist Mario Gorayeb speaking. He works for a Lebanese NGO called Arc-en-Ciel that does environmental and social work. What Mario just explained is an elaborate scheme to make money from waste. In fact, what he also just explained is the following. While for some paradise relies on oil and water, other paradises are literally built on waste. During the years of the Lebanese civil war, large parts of the inner city of Beirut were destroyed. Much of the rumble, but also all other types of waste, were collected at the site of the former Normandy Hotel. After the end of the war, under the regime of ex-Saudi ambassador Refik Hariri, who became prime minister, the inner city of Beirut was rebuilt as a kind of neoliberal paradise for investors. So high-rise buildings were designed by famous architects in order to present a beautified image of the city to the world. As part of this reconstruction of Beirut, the waste and rumble stored at the Normandy landfill was used as material for a gigantic land reclamation project. In front of the city center, a peninsula was formed, 24,000 square meters big, where the waste of the civil war was literally buried. I came to Beirut first in 2018 as a tourist who was basically excited about the bars and the nightlife. I also got to know a sound artist there, NODE20, with whom I later collaborated. And during this first trip there, I learned that part of the port, which, as you all know, was struck by a massive blast that nearly destroyed the city completely in August, is actually also built on waste. On my last night of that first trip, I read the newspaper, a renowned Lebanese newspaper called The Daily Star. And what I learned was about the history, or what I read was an article about the history of land reclamation in Lebanon, which also claimed that waste was mixed into the material that was used for the extension of the Beirut port in 2006. Later on, I speak with an ex-Greenpeace manager who was there at the time, and he tells me that, in fact, part of this waste is toxic waste from Germany. In the late 1990s, German chemical industries were regulated more severely, and as an effect, some of them tried to get rid of their toxic waste via the Italian mafia that transported it to places all over the Middle East. In fact, part of it was buried also in the port of Beirut. When I came back to Beirut, together with my Lebanese colleague, the sound artist NODE20, whom I just mentioned, we thus conducted extensive research about the practice of land reclamation using waste. We spoke to activists, such as Mario, to scientists, journalists, NGO workers, and politicians. And what we learned was astonishing. It seems as if a small part of the Lebanese political elite had actually found an almost alchemic secret: how to turn shit into gold. You pile waste in big mountains along the sea and let society pay you for it. Then you let it flow into the sea, like the golden era of logistics, and reclaim land from it. Finally, you sell the land for high prices. Up until the economic crisis that hit Lebanon last year, the prices per square meter in Beirut were the highest around the Mediterranean. Along the way, many people and beings suffer. The waste mountains, they stink. They produce toxic gases that cause cancer and many other diseases. The land reclamation projects are not constructed according to environmental standards, so toxins leak out that severely pollute the Mediterranean Sea. And all the while, bad waste management is only one example of how a corrupt elite, under the eyes of Western governments, robs its own people. In Lebanon, there is no good supply of electricity, there's largely bad infrastructure, nearly no public health, and very little public education. The people are structurally exploited by their own government, which is why they have gone to the streets for almost a year now. Contrary to what we hear in Western media, their protest movement is not dead. And there is so many people in Lebanon who want to use waste differently, who want to use it as a resource in quite a different way. For in fact, somehow this is true. If ever we want to build paradise, we will need to build it on waste. Whenever I think about the people and colleagues that I got to know in Beirut, their fight and their suffering, I feel very humbled. Please listen to the voice of Lebanese activist Jocelyn Keddy, who is the founder of the first zero-waste shop in the Middle East, and to the surfboard shaper Paul Abbas.
We are traditional people. We live off the land. We didn't used to have this way of, fast throwaway consumption. This is an imported crisis from the West. So if the West is looking to solve a crisis, why don't they also look to the East? You take the concept of bulk. It's everywhere. Blood. It's everywhere. That is in a region like ours, and that is what we want to say like a third world country. That's not in this packaged system.
شخص بيجي على الحياة عنده purpose، عنده هدف. الهدف تبعي أنا إنه أعمل شيء تجاه هذا environment، بلدي، الطبيعة، البحر.
Happening on land, it's gonna end up in the sea. This is our program. Once you become surfer, especially when you surf in winter and all that, you start seeing the real impact. Fact that people don't see in summer. Because the resorts clean the beaches or the municipalities. But when you go and it's wild, when it's raw, you see it. The reality of it. So it has to change you, If you're surfing just really for the feeling it gives you, and the feeling is coming from the sea, you can't not ignore the sea. You have to protect it.
The sea, this forgotten space, is where the choreography of logistics takes place. Logistics is in our pleasure, in the water we drink and that we swim in. All the while it is fueled by fossil energy burnt in the combustion engines that provide for our mobility. As a hyper-object based on principles of efficiency, mobilization, and capital maximation, it remakes the planet, it shapes the earth, and it travels through the air in form of information and of thoughts. 4. Air. The research project entitled The Great Report, which I initiated, tries to follow the flow of materials, mainly oil, water, and waste, including used goods, in order to uncover how logistics connects us to very different places all over the globe, while implementing neo-colonial patterns of exploitation. In a sense, the project was conceived as an unfinished inventory of my own complicity. From the material that we connected in Nigeria, on Crete, and in Beirut, we made a performance that premiered at Kampnagel in Hamburg in January 2020, within an installation designed by Vladimir Miller of the artistic works by Paula Hildebrandt, Robin Hinch, and Nur Sukon that you just saw excerpts of. By the way, I just want to mention that this installation can also be seen at NODE within the sort of the digital greenhouse Naxos. So within this installation, as John told you before, there was a morning dance performed by dancer Maria Scaroni to the music of Caterina Pelosi. Also, I just want to mention quickly that there's a web archive to the project, which I've been building during this summer, and which is online from today. You can find it at www.greatreport.net. It's a beta version, and unfortunately for now it's only a German version, but there will be an English one soon. The Great Report might be, as the title says, an attempt at mapping complexity, the complexity of my complicity. Well, mapping is an attempt at managing information, of compiling and arranging it. And to be honest, I love mapping. I draw mind maps all the time, and I think it might be often it's very helpful. Yet what I learned during the project is the following. If you want to really understand specific places, the lives of people, their social material worlds, if you want to get a sense of your own complicity, mapping is necessarily a failed attempt. It will only lead you back towards yourself, to your thwarted desire to rise above the ground, to attain a fictive vantage point of total overview. My desire to draw connections, to understand, to categorize, was maybe driven by a desire that is itself logistical. In fact, I wanted to draw all those golden arrows. And after all, to assemble a total map of the planet, is that not what logistics is after? Instead, what I experienced was entanglement, messiness, incapacity to understand, feelings of sadness, shame, helplessness, inaptitude. To be able to travel everywhere through the air does not mean that you necessarily understand a lot or that you could change anything. And that's what I learned in Lagos Barriga. You remember when the moderator asked me if I wanted to say something? Well, I explained to the party crowd more or less what I've tried to explain to you here. People clapped. I think they were satisfied. Yet then, after only one or two more songs, the moderator, he came to me again. He approached me again. And this time he asked a very different question. He asked me, so what can you do for us? Well, and there I was, with all of my elaborate ideas of how I wanted to uncover some of the global logistical connections that constantly renew our privileged Western position of apparently free and autonomous consumer subject. There I was with my idea of mapping the complexity of global trade, of producing artistic work which would unravel some of the choreographic principles of logistics and capitalist mobility. And really, when he asked me this question, all that came to my mind, I was a bit shocked at this point, was, well, I can dance for you. And that's what I did. People cheered. First I danced on my own, but that was not enough. So I had to compete against Opeyemi Babayemi, who I believe was as ashamed or nervous as I was. Evidently, I lost the battle, but that was not the point. The point was for me that an encounter was forged and that the inaptitude and powerlessness was somehow, at least for a moment, shared and expressed. It got a form, an improvised form, and thus became shareable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Moritz Frischkorn, for your performance, for the performance, the great report. I hope you still have enough energy to join the next panel, which will be over there.
I guess so.
Moderated by Elise Misau-Hanchak, and I would ask you to go over.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so the next panel called Mapping Complexities. There will be Elise and Moritz. And Elise will introduce the other ones which are on the panel.
Extraordinary lecture performance. For those of you joining now, we just saw choreographer and researcher Moritz Frischkorn, the great report examining how market logistics and supply chains reinforce neocolonial structures of exploitation. We are now joined by a panel of exciting speakers, so artists, designers, researchers. But first, I'll let you know the schedule for our panel. We'll begin with this, a brief introduction to the panel and the panelists. This will be followed by presentations by Tika Brain, Holly Jean Buck, and Nicolas Magret. Then we'll have about 45 minutes or so for conversation. So for those of you watching from elsewhere or from here, but elsewhere in the building, you can submit your questions online. And we're also going to try and have a conversation between the panelists themselves. It's a very unique opportunity to have such a diverse group in the same virtual room, so to speak. And so we'd like to explore their work together with everyone watching as fully as possible. So from the so-called environmental regulations and labor laws that make your smartphone affordable, to the same fossil fuel subsidies that ensure that your internet still runs on coal, especially here, the complexities of the market forces and political interests that underpin the environmental crisis that have been and continue to geoengineer the planet can seem unresolvable at times, or almost all the time, really. Still, we maintain that there is hope, that this Gordian knot, this seemingly intractable problem, can be solved, perhaps even easily, by finding an approach that renders the perceived constraints to the problem moot. To do this, we must first know, perhaps map, the complexities of the tangled market forces and political forces that have, for some time, and continue to geoengineer our planet. So let's welcome our panelists, whose work shows us diverse ways of navigating market forces, material flows, and geopolitics that block individual and collective action. First, we'll be joined by Tega, artist, environmental engineer, and educator, whose artwork acts as a commentary on how the ecosphere and geopolitics are intertwined. For example, her 2015 work, Intergovernmental Panel on Capitalism, IPC, scanned the website of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, and replaced all mentions of climate change with the word capitalism. We'll then be joined by geographer, environmental social scientist, and author of After Geoengineering, Holly Jean Buck, who explores how, quote, climate restoration will require not just innovative technologies, but social and economic transformation. And then we'll have Nicolas Magret, co-founder of the artist-led action research collective Disnovation.org, known for their aggressive challenging of techno-solutionism. And having just completed a residency exploring, quote, the dominant narratives about growth and progress, the result, a speculative economic model based on solar energy is currently on view in their solo exhibition Post-Growth in Brussels. And for me, I'm Elise Hunchuk. I'm a researcher, editor, an educator who happens to be trained in landscape architecture and philosophy. My work considers landscapes as archives, employs cartographic, photographic, and text-based methods to document, explore, and archive relationships between materials, resources, infrastructures, natural processes, humans, and more than humans. And the outcomes of this work inform and take shape in research and design studios in architecture and landscape architecture, programs at the Bartlett, the Royal College of Art, and in a series of lecture seminars at the Daniels Faculty in Toronto. So after the panelists each present 10 to 15 minutes or so, we'll have a conversation, and then please do send your questions in, and we'll start with Tega.
Hi, everyone. I will just start my presentation. All right, can you see? Actually, I'll just give me 1 second. Okay, can you see those slides?
Not yet. Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Yes.
Fantastic. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. I am calling in from Brooklyn, New York, where it's nice and early on Saturday morning. But I am an artist, programmer with a background in environmental engineering. And my work asks questions of environmental management, of environmental engineering, how the systems we build structure and shape our relationship and our perception of environment. And I also use my work to ask questions of how we might build them differently. So I'm concerned with function, with scope, like what counts as an externality and what doesn't, how goals are set in these systems and how decisions are made and increasingly automated. What gets counted as a success or failure, and how are values ordered when we build systems to manage environments. And so I often call my work eccentric engineering, where I'm trying to blend art, design, engineering to sort of open up other possibilities in how we think about technologies. Conventional engineering is concerned with designing tightly controlled systems. Eccentric engineering to me is this sort of deliberate attempt to relinquish some sort of control to other logics, natural intelligences. It's about creating opportunities for multi-species agendas and outcomes. Of course, today there's much interest in automating and outsourcing decision-making to machines. In many areas, we see this in projects of smartness. We see this in an attempt to introduce machine learning and AI into different spaces. And I've spent the last few years looking at the implications of some of this in the context of environmental management. So I'm going to share a couple of works that explore and probe questions that come out of this project. So computation, smartness, the use of technologies like AI increasingly renders our environment visible to us, and it operationalizes it in very specific ways, right? So armed with a computer, the world appears as data, the environment appears as a system to be optimized. Optimization, the act of making the best or most efficient use of a situation or resource. This is a central concept in engineering, one that I feel like deserves more attention because it often appears as if it's the sort of natural, neutral logic, right? But it enacts a set of values, it enacts a set of values that have been ordered, set, and prioritized, often in the stage before, the system that is optimizing is built. And so a recent piece that I have presented through 2018-19 is called Deep Swamp, and it explores some of these issues. it is a work that takes seriously this premise of trying to outsource environmental management and decision-making to computation, specifically to a machine learning system. So the work takes the form of a triptych, 3 wetland environments that are managed by software agents. And I call these agents Nicholas, Hans, and Harrison. And so these agents are able to control the conditions in each wetland. They can adjust light, water flow, fog, nutrients, and they try to engineer their environments for different goals. However, they can only see and understand their environments through visual information. They're equipped with a camera, and every few minutes they take a photo, analyze it, and then adjust the conditions in each system accordingly. So the images that they're taking are analyzed using an image classifier that uses just a simple machine learning vision system called TensorFlow. And this system has been trained on very specific data sets of images. So each wetland has been trained on a different data set that forms its understanding of what an environment should be, and then it is trying to optimize to produce that perfect appearance of what it understands an environment to be. Under the hood, TensorFlow is trained on ImageNet, which is a computer vision system that's one of the most widely used ones. It was produced from images scraped off Flickr and categorized by Mechanical Turk workers. So too often, I think the narrative around AI and machine learning systems is this claim towards objectivity or this claim towards being able to produce a better resolution of the world for us. And yet under the hood, there's these very specific cultural contexts where these, and political and contexts that these systems have been produced through. So I think it's just important to think about where exactly the data is originating from. So each wetland is trying to optimize for a different goal. One has only seen images of natural wetlands, and so it's trying to reproduce this idea of a natural wetland as seen from images scraped from Flickr. The next has only seen images of landscape painting from the history of Western art. So that forms its understanding of an environment. And the third is trying to optimize for attention. So it has only seen images of people and audiences, and it's trying to reinforce conditions that produce this situation. So over and over, these systems try new combinations to try to iterate towards their programmatic desires. Always iterative, never finished. The work's agency to make decisions derived from patterns in pixels from its camera that it correlates to data sets. It has no understanding of the internal environments, whether the plants live or die, so long as that outward appearance of the systems are, matching its data set. This model of automating the management of wilderness and nature is something that we're increasingly seeing in the space of environmental management. We have Microsoft's AI for Earth. Increasingly, we see these experiments and research around automating the management of other species through virtual fences or drone reseeders. We're seeing the promotion of machine learning in this space. And it's a really evocative idea, right, that we might outsource ecological decision-making to artificial intelligence for some of the reasons I've mentioned, this promise of objectivity, but also this promise that it's going to depoliticize decision-making. And you can see up on the screen here, one of these headlines, machine learning is not biased by the human mind, right? So that we're going to escape the constraints of human culture. And where has this idea come from? I mean, we can look to the smart city and this is sort of history of smartness just to get some hints. And this can be traced back through, many places, but particularly also a campaign run by IBM in 2008 called Smart Planet. And here, they are responding to this moment of crisis in 2008. There was an economic crisis, and their answer was the inserting of computation in systems of infrastructure. This does many things. It privatizes governance, it privatizes decision-making. It also directs public funds to private companies. And so I think when we think about environmental management, this is an important precedent for what that might mean to automate it. Okay, so scaling up, right? When we look to a future of climate change, you know, the conversations around geoengineering or planetary environmental management are increasingly relevant, I think, important. And this next work responds to this idea, right? It's called Asunder. It's a collaboration with Julian Oliver and Bengt Sojourn. And it responds to the application of AI and automation to critical environmental challenges by situating this as a literal approach. So the result is an autonomous environmental manager, proposes, simulates, and models different geoengineering scenarios, and produces what are totally unacceptable and often absurd results. The work combines machine learning techniques with traditional environmental management. We use a Gantt that has been trained on Landsat tiles, and this generates, you know, geoengineering scenarios such as the one you see on the screen, where the Arctic has been forested and used also partially for agriculture. So it's editing the tiles to come up with these geoengineering scenarios. Here's some coastline in the Netherlands where our autonomous manager has come up with a whole lot of additional islands to insert in this context. And so the system generates multiple options and chooses one and then attempts to model it using a real climate model to take seriously the proposition that it has produced. So the work is responding to this idea of techno-solutionism, also questioning the way that computation sees environments. What types of models are we using? What are the limitations and possibilities of these different forms? It's putting machine learning and traditional environmental modeling built from physics and chemistry side by side, right? And considering both as ways that we understand environment. You know, the climate model we're using is interpretable. You can look up all the parameters and trace them back to papers. The machine learning system is not, right? This is part of one of the limitations of machine learning modeling. And finally, the climate model runs on this computer in the space. So it's a 144 CPU computer. And so I'm going to end with the project that was mentioned in my bio, just simply because it has come up. And so this final work that I'll share is with another collaborator, Sam Levine, who did the programming for this piece. And in a way, it's the most hopeful of all these works I'm sharing, because it imagines addressing climate change not through technological means, not through geoengineering or automation, but by investigating and mitigating the root cause of climate change, which is through a multinational global unifying effort. And what we did was we imagined a different institution called the IPC, the International Panel for Capitalism, rather than climate change. We realized that we could transform the IPCC's body on climate change research and recommendations into an equally truthful corpus about capitalism simply by doing a find and replace, replacing the phrase climate change with capitalism. So we started with their PDF reports, and the process looked something like this. And the grammar and the language is surprisingly intact. Here are a couple of phrases. Capitalism over the 21st century is projected to increase the displacement of people. The overall risks of capitalism impacts can be limited by limiting the rate and magnitude of capitalism. So the reports read perfectly. The graphics also. We printed these. We reproduced their website. We really tried to go as far as we could with imagining what this panel would look like. We were contacted by the UN with some concerns about the project, of course. They were concerned that we were using their logos and identity. But in this email, I think there's a nice phrase, you know, this is from one of the IPCC, the deputy secretary. And he said, "Thank you for the project from the outset. Please let me make it clear that the IPCC does not make any judgments on the possibility of establishing the intergovernmental panel on capitalism." So that was very nice. Finally, we also did this find and replace on their YouTube channel, trying to take this as far as we could. And so I'm going to just wrap up leaving you with this video that programmatically edits all of the videos on the IPCC YouTube channel and replaces the phrase. So here we are.
In 1988, the World Meteorological Organization and the United Nations Environment Programme had the foresight to recognize that the emerging issue of capitalism would soon rise to the top of the global agenda. By jointly establishing an intergovernmental panel on capitalism, the governing bodies of WMO and UNEP ensured that future decision-making about capitalism would be based on sound science.
The poorest people in the world who are going to be most severely hurt by capitalism.
What it is saying is that capitalism is a transaction in which some people harm other people.
Substantial and wide-ranging impacts of capitalism have occurred across the world. Capitalism is already affecting ecosystems, human health.
We have the means to limit capitalism and build a better future.
The impacts of capitalism will become progressively more difficult and beyond the scope of our being able to adapt to them. Action has to be taken now.
So what would an organization that takes this question seriously look like? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Next up, we have Holly Jean.
Hi, it's so great to be here and to follow and speak with such amazing people. I'm going to talk today about capitalism and also about climate intervention. So let me share some slides with you about that. So I want to make the case for why artists and designers should engage with climate intervention, which is a term I'm using pretty much interchangeably with climate engineering and geoengineering, although I think intervention is more accurate in terms of what's actually being discussed. And I'm going to focus mostly on technologies to remove carbon from the atmosphere. But beginning, capitalism is already geoengineering the planet in what's been called the Capitalocene by Jason Moore and others. Most obviously by fossil capital changing the CO2 in the atmosphere, but also industrial agriculture and forestry practices, on nearly a quarter of emissions are from land use change. Suburban spatialities and what Elisa Turbe has called carbon form, plastic production. So there's a bunch of ways in which capitalism is geoengineering the planet. And it's not just about the carbon, although I'm going to talk a lot about carbon. It's really a broader ecological crisis that we're still evolving the language for. Unfortunately, further intentional engineering is needed to deal with this problem. So the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's special report on 1.5 degrees indicates that the pathways that limit global warming to 1.5 degrees with limited or no overshoot, that means not going over 1.5 and coming back down, project the use of carbon dioxide removal on the order of 100 to 1,000 gigatons over this century. So a gigaton is a billion tons. So this is a pretty large scale and engineering project that's already implied. And they say that carbon removal would be used to compensate for residual emissions. So that means some amount of continuing emissions. That's kind of what the net zero concept implies. It implies this balance between some amount of positive emissions and some amount of negative emissions, which get you to zero. And in most cases, achieve net negative emissions to return global warming to 1.5. So more negative than positive to help remediate some of the impacts of all that carbon up there. And so this is, I think, the only figure I'm showing, but it's a really important one. There's a few things to notice about this. So this is the 2 degrees scenario. You'll notice that to achieve this scenario, mitigation ramps up immediately, 2020 where we stand. rapid emissions cuts, number one. And then you'll notice that near the end of the century, around 2090, there's this circle where the world is removing more carbon than is being emitted. That's the dark green sliver, to be net negative. But you also notice that this green area below the zero actually starts around 2030, meaning that this isn't just the future for the later half of the century kind of thing. That's technology and infrastructure that needs to be developed, researched, financed right now during this decade, if we want to see that capacity for carbon removal. So how does one remove carbon from the atmosphere? There's a number of methods. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but all of them involve engineering, even something like afforestation at the scales that we're talking about may involve things like Tega was talking about drone-assisted forestation or levels of automation or machine learning that helps determine where a forest might best thrive for these kinds of purposes. So natural technological projects to pull CO2 out of the air using ecosystems and also engineered types of removal. Some of these are thought about in part because of the capitalist geoengineering that's been done. So soils are a huge reservoir for carbon. They hold billions of tons. And there's been a huge loss of soil carbon, right? Over the past few centuries, soils have lost 20 to 60% of their original organic content, carbon content. So we should be putting more carbon back into the soils to remediate the harms from our agricultural system. The thing with natural climate solutions, they should be done and they can be done now because we know how they work. But it would be challenging to get to some of these scales with natural removals alone. Part of that is because those sinks plateau over time. So you can have a good rate, like these numbers are yearly removal potential. Planting trees sequester potentially 2 to 5 gigatons a year if there's a massive terraforming-esque program to do that. And I hope we'll embark on that. But after a few decades or longer, at some point, those sinks will be filled up and then that carbon has to be held there. And if there's a wildfire, for example, that carbon can be lost again, which is part of why people are turning to engineered removals, geological storage. So injecting carbon dioxide underground. Bioenergy with carbon capture and storage was used in some of these modeling projections because it couples technologies that we know, bioenergy and carbon capture and storage. So basically growing biomass, combusting it, separating out the CO2 and injecting it underground. My assessment is that there's a role for that, but it's not going to get to the scale of some of the modeled projections because of competition for land. And then there's direct air capture, which is a technique of taking carbon directly from the atmosphere and again, separating it out, injecting it underground. This is also a logistical challenge because of the energy demands for this process. So it would need to be powered by renewable energy generally to be net negative. So these are pretty massive infrastructures that are envisioned to get to that 2-degree target on the scale of, say, the existing fossil fuel industry, but for putting carbon back underground, which seems really daunting on one hand and unattractive probably in terms of not wanting landscapes and more industrial stuff around, right? On the other hand, it's pretty exciting that we actually have the technology and the capacity to clean up this 1 trillion tons of carbon and put it back underground. So that's really encouraging. Like, what does it say about us if we choose not to do that project for our future generations, right? So the current vision for how we achieve this is generally technocratic or not filled out. So you'll see carbon removal is basically a set of diagrams. It's not something that's really that operationalized in terms of how we think about it. It's understood in terms of this graph, but that graph doesn't tell you how people live, work, and play in a world that's removing carbon, what the relations with other species are in these types of worlds, what it's like in general, like what's the social relations around these technologies. That hasn't been well explored, which is why I think artists and designers and everybody has an important role in articulating that. And so I think that role goes beyond visualization of the problem. This is from a video I think the Business Council, maybe on sustainable development, did a few years ago that was trying to visualize the scale. I think that's important, but we need more than that. I also think that we need to go beyond visualizing carbon removal products and practices that are embedded in this capitalist framework. Like, we know how to create desirable realities in terms of consumer experiences. And so some of that is going on, but that's really not enough for this type of massive infrastructure and new society, basically. So I think that there's two roles that haven't been filled yet from art and design and others. One is about imagining the choices, not just in terms of like which technology you pick and put in your shopping cart, but really imagining the choices in the social relations and the policy designs for how these techniques and infrastructures are developed. And so art and design can help illustrate what's at stake. And I put a few snapshots from some of the work done in Strelka's terraforming project, which I think was kind of exciting stuff on the cusp of doing some of this. But the second role, I think, is that art and design can actually create participatory media for broadening democratic participation in these choices. And I don't have great examples of that because I don't think it's done yet, but I think there's a huge opportunity. So I'm going to take a couple of my last minutes to talk about what I mean by social choices. So you can imagine a world that achieves a figure like on that curve graph where it's net negative at the end of the century, that does massive carbon removal, looks great in terms of like carbon counting, but isn't an attractive place to live. Maybe it's terrible for biodiversity. Maybe the jobs are not good jobs and the labor force for those jobs is highly gendered, and the cost of all of that is borne by working classes. So it could be increased social inequality, even in a world that looks great and through the lens of carbon gigatons removed, right? So, I mean, we could sketch out what that looks like, and then that helps us say, okay, we don't want to go there. I think another option for carbon removal is that it kind of happens on paper, but it doesn't actually make a difference in the climate. So things like falsified accounting, picking the wrong approaches that don't lead us to a gigaton scale, even though they look promising at the beginning. Basically, levels of fraudulent claims of negative emissions that aren't actually making a difference in the climate. And then there's also another world where people just reject all this as a false solution because of who's advocating for it. Right now, there's a lot of fossil fuel industry people advocating for carbon removal. It gets branded by climate grifters, people that are like making a bunch of hype about the new carbon economy, and there's a backlash, and we say, you know, you guys have screwed up so much that no, we don't want any more, right? But then the climate impacts are worse than they could have been if we had done carbon removal, and we know who bears the brunt of those impacts. So I think that's not a good option either. And if you may have questions like, can't we get to a good future without carbon removal? And my reading of the science is that actually there's been so much damage done that we need to do this. But then I also think there's an option for carbon removal together with social and environmental justice, and where carbon removal jobs are decently paid work. Maybe there's worker collectives that own carbon removal projects, that they bring benefits to communities, and the rich pay for it, the polluters pay for it via some carbon take-back obligation or other scheme. There's a lot to talk about there, but my main point is just that art and design can help us have these conversations, so via a variety of technologies and practices, participatory modeling, building the graphical user interfaces that can enroll people in exploring these futures, backcasting, landscape renderings, actual mappings, cartographies, extended reality to help experience some of these worlds, and visualizing alternatives. And you all probably have better ideas about this stuff than I do. I'm a sociologist, basically, but I'm very excited about exploring this space. And I think that the stakes of not looking at this are pretty high. So thank you all for being here and thinking about it together.
Thank you. We're running a little bit over time, so we'll go straight into Nicholas's talk. How's your internet?
I guess it's fine. Let's see. Can you see the slides?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, cool. Hello. So first of all, it's such a pleasure to talk in a good company like this. And I mean, the two first talks are super inspiring and connect in many ways in the things I will be addressing now. So I'm Nicholas Megret. I co-initiated the disinnovation.org collective. With the collective for the last 10 years, we've been working to reveal and challenge the dominant ideology of technological innovation. And also we did more and more try to circulate alternative narrative, and more specifically post-growth narratives. I'll be talking about that now. So we basically created a larger collective in the last 2 years to work specifically in what we call post-growth, which is basically a way to address what could be a future beyond economic and energy growth. To do that, we started working with the people you see on screen, Baruch Gottlieb, Pauline Briand, Julien Maudet, Clément Sora, and many other people and institutions. The intuition behind that was that basically, as all of you, I guess, we sort of witnessed a clear growth of how people started to be more and more affected by the stress and the concern around environmental debates in the last decade, but also similarly with inability or a lack of capacity to contextualize and understand the root causes. And we were exactly in the same situation, like unable to sort of reconnect those issues with a larger systemic understanding in a way. So that became sort of our research question. And in a way, we wanted to develop a project that helps us have a better grasp on those issues. And luckily, perhaps develop a better ability to also think beyond that situation and develop an ability for imagination beyond growth in a way. So that's pretty much how the project started. And we started to visit different universities, activist groups, researchers, writers, to sort of better grasp that issue and the complex interrelation between economic growth and environmental crisis. So I will share three basic notions that we feel are sort of key to the understanding that made us start this project. So the first is somehow the link between growth and the multiple crises I've been talking about is this idea that there has never been an energy transition so far. So it's a notion from Jean-Baptiste Fresso's, which is basically this idea that there is the rhetorics of transition. It's pretty huge in the media. We are always talking about the new energy source and this idea of replacement. But it's fairly misleading in the sense that the dominant narrative about replacement and transition is hiding a fact, which is that we are always been adding up new sources of energies on the top of existing one. And even furthermore, the existing energy sources are also increasing. The use of those energies increasing all the time. So basically, the current rhetorics or the current sort of myths is that those tiny lines on the top of the diagram are the ones that will replace in a short term all the energy consumption that we are dependent on. So we can clearly see that maybe we need to change our also imagination about what a transition means. And even if transition is the good term, and even if a focus on energy is the good focus to think about transformation or transition. And perhaps the transformation is more sort of a societal issue and a social structure and social organization issue than a pure technical or engineering approach to energy use in a way. The second notion that we feel is pretty key to understand the issues that we're talking about here is the disconnection in a way between economic growth, between GDP and the quality of life. So what you can see on screen right now is basically a very simple diagram that shows the evolution between the 50s and now in the US of what is the part of population that feels happy about their current quality of life. And you can see that from the 50s to now, like the average income per capita has increased hugely. But the amount of people that feel happy about the quality of life didn't really move that much, around 20% of the population. So clearly, under a specific level, there is a deep connection between the two. Until you can afford food, until you can afford housing and so on, there is a deep connection. But after a certain level, those two things are pretty much discorrelated. So this is a notion that is used a lot in Prosperity Without Growth, a book by Timothy Jackson. And the last notion we wanted to share, and I think it's very key here, is the relation between GDP, so the growth in terms of economy, energy, and fossil fuel. So what you can see on screen here is a clear correlation between how much fossil fuel is injected into society. So if you consider society as an organism or society as a sort of meta system, the quantity of oil and energy you will put in the system will be directly expressed as an increase in GDP and in economic growth. So those two things are deeply correlated. But even furthermore, there is a correlation with environmental effects of this growth and this fossil fuel use, in the sense that almost by definition, energy is the ability to transform its environment by a movement, by heat, by speed or tension. But by definition, the quantity of energy that is put into action is equivalent to the quantity of transformation of the environment. So what you can see here on the diagram is not only a correlation between fossil fuel and GDP in terms of abstract economic measurement of growth, but also a correlation between the ability to transform our world and the environment in itself. So those are just a few notions, but that are pretty central to understand the logic in which we started to address the correlation between those two fields in a way. And we started basically to explore that in the frame of residency at UC Irvine in California, where we interviewed many people about basically what they believe were key notions to help understand those correlations, but also help us navigate beyond an era of growth. So I will just share one example of that, which is an interview with Rose O'Leary. She's studying, she's studying indigenous knowledges and indigenous futurism, and she will talk about the 7th generation principle here.
Island. You can find the instantiation of the 7th generation principle in amongst many, if not most or all, peoples on Turtle Island. So the 7th generation principle is just that anytime that someone makes a decision, they should think about its impact 7 generations into the future, and make that decision mindfully and with care and responsibility for the health and welfare of the 7 generations into the future. The 7th generation principle also can be applied more broadly and often is. For instance, as a Washaji or Osage person, as a child, I was taught that whenever you are harvesting plants or animals, but particularly plants, you should always leave 7 plants for every one that you pick. And that's to make sure that the plants also have regeneration capacities for their 7 generations into the future. So in that way, we're not just thinking about the human 7 generations into the future, we're also thinking about all of life on this earth and its 7 generations into the future, in recognition that we need that balance in order for all of us to survive.
What we found pretty interesting here is that when we met with all those different departments and researchers, 2 things. One is that very often notions were not really circulating between different fields. So we believe that's something we could maybe help or contribute as artists, but also we realize that between the fields, there are strong connections and strong intuitions in what are sort of the direction and also what are the issues and the connection between our addiction to growth and our way to engage with long-term thinking. I will maybe skip this next video. So we started to develop multiple things. One is this intuition that we needed to develop illustrations as proxy to facilitate the circulation of those ideas, notions, practices, and principles in society, in the sense that most of those ideas were emerging from academic context and were very often staying in those circles. So that's one of the efforts we started to develop. And the second one is series of games. So basically game designs as a mean to activate, discuss, memorize, but also challenge those notions collectively. And game is here used as a trick to stimulate interaction around those issues. And basically, our intention was obviously to circulate those contents, but also in another way to find means and strategies to embody those concerns in more physical and shared experience. So that's where we started to develop more maybe artistic means to embody those notions. And we started this series called Eloquent Objects. which is basically based on this idea that some notions are very hard to understand just by text or just by theoretical means. So we started basically ways to embody those notions in objects. What you can see here is basically based on a notion by Buckminster-Fuller, which is the notion of energy slave. So back in the 40s, in the US, Buckminster-Fuller was wondering how to talk about the enormous energy-intensive way of life that US citizens had at the time already. And he came with this notion of energy slave, which is basically one energy slave is the ability to work physical labor of one human body. And that's the average energy slave unit. So then you can make comparison, basically, of our energy-intensive way of life today and the ability to physically work of one human, comparing two energy value, basically. So in the 50s, a US citizen will have 150 virtual energy slave to compensate with its own energy-intensive way of life. And today in Europe, it would be more like maybe 400 energy slaves per capita. So we started to find ways to embody that. And what you can see here is basically a manifestation or embodiment of time units of human labor in fossil fuel. So this is 1 hour of human labor materialized in 19 milliliter of fossil fuel. That's 1 day, 150 milliliter of fossil fuel. And that's a part of the series of weights that are those sort of manifestation of order of magnitudes in a way. The second thing I wanted to introduce in this sort of experiment in embodiment in laboratory is an experimental economic model that we started to develop as a way to grasp how we could talk about economy without talking about money, but rather talking about the circulation of energy in society and circulation of energy in the biosphere. In the way that basically biosphere is capture energy from the sun that then circulates in society. And that's maybe a better model to understand our relation with the ecosystem and our relation to environmental effects in a way. So we started to develop and collect different alternative models. We also developed our own sort of synthesis or compilation of those models as a way to find other approaches to address the circulation of energy and matter in society. I think I'm beyond the time, so I will go very quickly through the next slides. One of the way we are embodying this alternative energy model is through a 1 square meter experiment that somehow is an agriculture experiment of wheat. And this 1 meter experiment, which is totally soilless and offshore, depends on technical and energetic inputs that we can measure. So we are measuring everything, everything is automated, and this 1 square meter experiment serves as a sort of absurd way to estimate the inquantifiable and vast inputs that ecosystems provide to our economic system without being accounted for. So I'll go quickly to the end. So what you can see here today is basically our live analysis system that makes many deduction on this 1 square meter wheat vertical farm. And we are trying to, in a very precise and methodic way, to extrapolate what would be the cost of feeding the population if we account for all the costs related to this farm. And you end up with pretty interesting numbers that somehow reveal all the hidden cost of our fossil fuel intensive way of life and the cheap electronics and cheap transportation that we are depending upon in a contemporary society. So you can see that, for instance, if you would like to feed Belgium with this kind of offshore vertical farm, you would need 382 times Belgium as a space on which the biosphere could actually regenerate and renew its energy flows. Yeah, I guess I'm a bit over time already. So it was a quick overview of the ongoing research with the Post-Growth Collective, and it's an exhibition which is actually on view at the moment at IMOL in Brussels, and I will be pleased to continue the conversation after the next performance.
Thank you all very, very much for your presentations. There are so many common threads. I'm just trying to wildly unravel them as you're presenting. But first, before we start our conversation and questions, we've been told that there is an artistic intervention.
Dark tides, or the urgency of a radical cleanup. Cowardly politics of band-aid solutionism have been going on for far too long, and the monsters that generations of careless, visionless leaders push away are knocking at our door again. Yes, the fans have protected us from airborne toxins, but these have dissolved in the seas, and are now contaminating the vital resources of Earth Sample 03. Yes, the solar panels provided cheap, clean energy for all to run their AC, but the resources necessary to their production, blown under the carpet, continue to increase temperatures worldwide. We now stand in our little, overpopulated bubble. Waters have risen, and the tide is dark. Life conditions on Earth Sample 03 have deteriorated greatly. Our greatest urgency is to provide food for all, and for this we must increase our surface of cultivated land. This, however, conflicts with our last remaining forest. A. Burning the forest down will provide a fertile ground for new crops. This will be a good boost to our food supply. B. We can plant in the shade of the trees. The temporary food shortage will be worth it on the long run.
Are we done?
I think so,
Yes. Hello again, everyone. I thought that maybe for the conversation portion, there are questions coming in, but we'll give it some time because you've just finished presenting, and there's also a participatory question asking model by which they can, everyone can sort of vote or vote on the questions they'd like asked most, so I'll let that go for a moment. But I thought we could start with a prompt. Actually, Nicholas, from your website, from your recent work that reminds us, reminds me, to varying degrees of our collective and individual experiences these past months, since January and February, and now ongoing again to various degrees. And why we are here, distanced from each other. So from Nicholas's website, the post-growth website, sorry, quote, as the COVID-19 crisis broke, there were a number of calls to seize the situation and bring about an ecologically informed transformation of the capitalist growth model, even going so far as to make a radical break with the prevailing model. Today, we see most governments intent on returning their economies as soon as possible to the productivity levels from before the interruption, despite the dire consequences this will have for the environment. Those who called for a rupture have not been able to grasp the opportunity to bring about a radical re-envisioning of sustainable humanity on this planet. End quote. And so this might be already something that you're thinking of, but I wonder, if Nicholas, if you want to expand on that at all, or if anyone else wanted to speak about this and how they have reflected on this, on some of the drastic changes or not so drastic changes, depending on where in the world you've been, have been implemented or not implemented since February, January, February. And this is open to everyone.
Sure, I mean, I can just start with a few words.
Sure.
Yeah, basically, it's been a sort of a trauma for all of us, but from an economic growth perspective, I guess amongst the left and amongst the thinkers and academics, it's been a lot of hopes for sort of a shift toward different relation to economy and different relation to consumption, maybe different relation to globalization as well. But what we could see on the little bit of a longer term is that the systemic relation to consumption we have is not really changing, and even maybe profiting from it, as you could see with the biggest companies in the US, for instance. So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much a continuation of what you just introduced before.
Anyone else?
I might make a comment. I think that those hopes for taking advantage of the rupture, that we would learn things about how to confront climate change, were deeply misplaced. I think that the response to this pandemic has been deeply unequal. I think I would go so far as to say that some of the restrictions have just had the effect of shifting risk from the upper classes to working class essential workers. So I think it's like a playbook of what not to do. I think it's really hard in a crisis mode, in response mode, where there's so much fear, so much misinformation circulating, to make a coherent plan for any type of world that you would want. And so I think that this illustrates that for the climate crisis, I mean, I'm very concerned about this because one of the things I work on is solar geoengineering, or the idea of specifically stratospheric aerosol injection, putting particles into the stratosphere to block incoming sunlight, which has been discussed as kind of a last-ditch emergency measure for cooling the planet. So I'm concerned that if there's a crisis mentality and there's a dramatic blanket measure deployed in that moment, you'll have very, very bad impacts. I mean, that's not the situation in which you'd want to use that technology, because you want input from everybody around the world. You want to design it in a way that won't harm people. And I think it's similarly for the pandemic. I mean, there's a lot of good planning about how to manage a pandemic that was basically thrown out the window. A lot of discussion about how to do an equitable response that thinks about how it will affect groups of people. And instead, we didn't have that. We had a very, very chaotic thing where one group of scientists had primacy, more or less, over the response, and policymakers didn't step up. So I'm really hoping that we don't get in this situation again.
Moritz, did you?
Yeah, I don't. Can you hear me actually? Yes, I think now. I don't know if I can answer directly to the question. I mean, there's on a very personal level, I think there's something felt tangible in the crisis to me personally, which was a less stressful life, which I would like to hold on to. But then I wanted to say something in response to what you just said. I started reading your book, and me personally, I was most interested somehow in something you said about how we are on a peak, and you compared it to a Shakespearean play, and you speculated about narrative structures, and I think there's something about the moment we experienced during the pandemic, which actually felt like a crisis. So there was the potential for some kind of hero to appear and potentially take over responsibility, and I think that's a model which is really somehow very prevalent, somehow still this kind of Hollywood thinking that we will just have to go further. The crisis aggravates, and at one moment we'll find that kind of so mythical solution, a Hollywood scenario, and then we'll be saved. And I think that's something that it felt tangible within the pandemic because it was a crisis moment, and so much of it looked like a movie. Where we need to take into account that a lot of places on the globe look like a kind of Hollywood movie all the time, but suddenly it came to us. But somehow it didn't happen. It didn't show up. So I think the question for me is like, what is our mode of relating to these problems, and can we find ways of thinking about them, which model not solutions but little steps of taking care within social confederations that might grow somehow. I don't know if that made sense.
No, it did. No, it did absolutely. I think, I think there's a kind of nuance that you're looking for, whereas typically this narrative that we have of the one or two easy solutions is what we look for, or we kind of hope for.
Yeah.
But that's not what's about to happen.
Yeah.
And I think that's also what we've seen. In the face of this this question of risk and how it's offset, often dramatically, and as we saw, incredibly unequally distributed, that there's also space for a lot of either collective or a collective individual action that sort of in agglomeration has a much larger effect that maybe we saw in neighborhoods, for example, where you could sort of get a sense of this movement that was happening, where people were taking care in a very particular kind of way. But Tega, I didn't want to cut you off. I wasn't sure if you had a response as well, or.
I mean, I think echoing some of the comments Holly made, I think this pandemic, maybe it's the US perspective, has really shown us what not to do, right? It's been an opportunity for massive wealth transfer. Those bearing the risk are those who are already most vulnerable. The fact that, the stock market has continued to rise despite the economic situation, the unemployment that we're seeing really shows like how disconnected and how disconnected the spheres of those who are sort of in that investment realm are from everyday working people, right? I think the opportunity for political change that it has opened up has been, really taken advantage by those who are already in power, right? And I don't think we've managed to see more like a shift, a more egalitarian shift, or a shift that's based on social justice or anything, obviously. But speaking about the community efforts, one hopeful thing that has been revealed for me is, like the mutual aid efforts and community efforts to support each other in this time at a neighborhood scale, particularly where I am, in Brooklyn, has been phenomenal, right? There's a lot of, food programs that have popped up, and like all sorts of, like grassroots efforts that I haven't seen it done at a scale before, right? And that it has been augmented by digital tools as well, right? So I think that is hopeful. I think that really shows us different ways to organize in a moment like this. Yeah, I mean, I think that's all I have to add to that question.
No, that's a lot, actually. I mean, this question of risk was also something that came up, of course, at the end of Moritz's talk, where you said, where you quoted, speaking about the offsetting of waste and its consequences to others, quote, how to turn shit into gold. And I think that's, in some way, precisely what we're seeing. And this also reminded me, as you were speaking, it reminded me of something that Heather Davis quoted in a piece of writing on your book, Holly, where she was quoting, there's a lot of quoting going on, she was quoting T.J. Demos, who wrote that, quote, geoengineering appears to be a technological construct mobilized in part precisely so as not to address social injustice and to restrict our understanding of environment to the bio-geophysical realm. And she goes on to say what's so promising about your book, and I think actually about everyone's work here, is that that all of you in some way are attempting to think through these embedded consequences of implementing different kinds of geoengineering at different scales, some things that we might not think of as quote, geoengineering, and what new social forms may be possible in this future. And so, in other words, Heather writes that you understand quite well the critique by people like Demos, but you're not willing to simply cede geoengineering to the right or to giant corporations. And I wonder if you were interested in responding to that or expanding on that at all.
I mean, I think we can see pretty clearly that the default approach to these technologies is going to not go well. I mean, either they won't be used or they'll be used terribly, because looking at the science we have, on one hand, is imperfect because it's conducted within a neoliberal academy, it's mediatized, it's not diverse, it's mostly white men at elite institutions in the global north, and so they're going to miss things. And so we say, follow the science, look to the science, but it's like a warped, damaged version of the science that we could have if we had better public science that included everybody, right? And so we can look forward and we can see these bad ends pretty obviously and clearly, but it's kind of our responsibility to come up with something else, just because the counterfactual of climate change is really bad and we're already to some distance on that path. So in addition to decarbonizing rapidly as fast as we can, I think there's a case for thinking about how these other techniques can be developed as well. It's tremendously challenging. I mean, it's much easier to just put it in a bucket and say, we don't want to touch that. And I totally understand that response. It's just, it's a bad situation. It's kind of like with the pandemic, if we had stopped its growth in January, we wouldn't be in this situation, but we didn't. So now we have to muddle through after all these missed opportunities and terrible things.
Can I ask something in response
please.
to that? Or does one of you want to say something at the moment? No? Well, I'm not very familiar with the notion of geoengineering. I have to say that I have a lot of prejudices about it, probably the ones that you address. And I think all of them have to do with the fact that, for me, it continues the story of human mastery, in the sense that they look grand. Also, the renderings you showed us, these are sort of polished, beautiful images. So I think the one question that I have in relation to technology, and I have an old computer, I have a weird kind of relationship to technology. I think all three of you know much more than me. Is it maybe in your practice or from your reading or from wherever you take it, how to, because I'll try to make the point quickly. In relation to the ecological crisis, what I feel is that on the one hand, there's this an urgency to deal now, and then at the same time, I believe that sort of the basic fundamental answer is to understand oneself as entangled, not autonomous, fundamentally dependent, to hesitate, to take time. So that's a contradiction. And then when it comes to technology, I wonder how to think of technology not as a sort of a system of mastery, but as something which allows us to take responsibility. And or what kind of responsibility? You asked us a question, and I thought, how can we think of carbon removal as a grief work? How could that be a collective work of mourning? That's maybe too poetic somehow, but there's something that I don't know, I'd be interested to discuss if you have ideas about that.
Yeah, I think part of, carbon removal is a grief work or a sacred work or a work of repair. I think part of it is the cultural practices and rituals that could be developed around it, which obviously we don't see indication of now, but you can imagine a future in which people take it seriously in that way, right? And have rituals of mourning and repair embedded in their daily practices of carbon removal. I guess that I think I agree with you so much about hesitating and taking time. And that's why I'm averse to some of the emergency discourses, even though I think it's an emergency and a crisis. It's one that's going to last at least a few more decades. And so I think that we need a mode of holding the urgency and the stakes without having the kind of more fight or flight crisis responses in us. I think maybe that mode is emerging. So it's like it's a long crisis and we have to be alert and responsible throughout decades of it. There's a lot more I could say, but maybe somebody else wants to jump in.
Yeah, maybe when you talk about carbon removal as a potential sort of ritual in collective action and so on, I'm just wondering in which way it could become a similar pattern as plastic recycling, where with plastic recycling, you can see it in a way as a validation of plastic industry as well. So basically, by implementing plastic recycling, you are creating the space for plastic production in the first place to exist and proliferate. And in a way, I don't know, I tend to see a similar pattern here, in which carbon removal can enter the same sort of counterbalance,
Definitely. There's one framing that carbon is waste, and so we should value it and recover it and turn it into other things. So that's called carbon capture and use or utilization. And there's people really interested in starting up industries in that. And I see a few perspectives on it. On one hand, it's good because people acknowledge that they're creating a waste, but also treating it that way normalizes production of the waste. So the focus is transferred from eliminating production of the waste to simply putting it into these cycles of recovery.
Yeah, and we know what happened with the plastic, we have the global sort of storytelling about plastic recycling. We all tended to believe it actually works and it actually means anything on the global level and at the systemic level. And it's actually just symbolic and narrative to validate oil industry and production. So I don't know, I'm afraid it could enter in some ways in similar dynamics in a larger narrative in society in a way.
I definitely think that's the most likely trajectory.
I think one of the challenges here is that the framing of climate removal, as grief work or as mourning, it's really hard to like mobilize excitement and enthusiasm around that narrative. I think, you know, like I think we also need to be thinking about like telling a story about an amazing future where we have decarbonized, right? And where amazing, beautiful new possibilities have opened up by that transition. And I'm, you know, I'm thinking of like, you know, like a lot of technologies, a lot of technological sort of directions that have emerged through sort of surplus or like cheap energy, such as digital surveillance, AI, like non-consensual tracking. I'm thinking like, I mean, I do a lot of work on these issues. You know, in a low energy or like if we optimize systems to reduce energy, a lot of these things aren't possible, right? And so there's a lot of potential positive outcomes that could come from trying to do this. I mean, we've touched on a little bit about the transformation that the pandemic has had on us all in terms of lifestyle, focusing on the local, doing less, investing in your community, investing in your house, investing in your neighbors. Like this is sort of low carbon lifestyle that's really amazing, and that I'm really grateful to have lived through this year, and for that reason. And, you know, also recognizing the privilege that we all have here and that we you know, still have jobs and aren't working in hospitals and so forth. So I think, I mean, in terms of talking about what the role of art and design is too, is like envisaging a dream for this, or like a desirable future in terms of a low carbon one. Does that make sense?
And this question of future was brought up really quite evocatively in the video you showed us, Nicholas, with this sharing of indigenous knowledge or traditional ecological knowledge of Turtle Island, for example. And I'm wondering, first, just to clarify, I can't remember when you said that the video was taken. It was quite recent, yeah?
It's been recorded like a year and a half ago in California.
Oh, okay. And then I guess since it's been some time since you recorded it and had that interaction, I'm wondering if that, or how it might have impacted your practice, or?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so for instance, an interesting anecdote is that 7th generation is more or less the time that separates us from the moment when we started to use fossil fuel in society. So that's the kind of time frame we are talking about. So this 7th generation principle is pretty interesting, because as soon as you start thinking on your own decision-making and your community decision-making in this sort of time frame, it's sort of totally incompatible with our way of thinking, and even the way in which everything in society is made to basically make us function in very short terms and very non-engaged way with a site, with a group of people, with belongings, you know, material things. It's quite interesting as a mirror to reveal how it becomes very hard to embrace and address this sort of timescale in the logic we are living in Europe, for instance, at the moment. So I see it more as a mirror that gives us a sense of how far we still need to go to basically understand the extent of the issues we are addressing with decarboning, for instance, decarbonating economy, or transitioning to a sort of a non-growth model. In a way, I just wanted to add maybe that, you know, like most of the things we are addressing right now have been validated by a growth economy model in a way, and also a cheap product and a cheap lifestyle economy model. So I think creating other lenses and other way to address the circulation of energy and how we sustain ourselves with other ways of accounting for can really help grasp in which way we are relating to environments and to each other. Because the economic model we are using right now to address that, I think is one of the source of this total misleading relation to the world and to each other.
So it seems we're out of time, which is very unfortunate because it feels like it's just getting going now. So thank you everyone for your presentations and your conversation. And I think, Holly and all of you have touched on this, is that we need a kind of mold to hold on to this urgency that we talked about, a kind of way to compel us forward. And so, what might that look like in our practices or in our daily lives? Or you also mentioned ritual. A few of you mentioned ritual. And things that we couldn't have imagined months ago, for example, have become a ritual for survival for ourselves and care for others. So these very simple gestures, I think of like just, wearing a mask or maintaining distance. But this also places in this example, it places the onus of action back onto the individual. It always seems like it's a kind of push back onto ourselves rather than all of these, again, getting back to the title of the talk, against all of these forces that are acting against us. And so, I wonder if we're still keeping this idea of individual activity or individual action and care, but it also touches on intergenerational care. And if we think of, for example, the 7-generation model, I'm really struck by that, and like what lessons are there for us, and how do we learn them, or how do we successfully fail while we're trying to learn them, and how do we share that through our practice and through our daily lives. So thank you all for sharing today. So that is all the time we have for today. I'm 2 minutes over. And so I want to say thank you for just so generously sharing all of your work today. We know it's very challenging for everyone in different ways. So not only should I thank all of you, but also everyone who's here for taking the time to be with us or for joining us online. Thank you to Jean and Alex and the entire NODE team for inviting us and putting together this festival. And a space for us to come together to ask critical questions during what seem like increasingly urgent times. So that's it for us for this panel for today, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the festival. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Tschüss.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Elise. Thank you, Moritz. Thank you, Tega and Holly and Nicola, for sharing your works and your insights with us and letting us take part in this great conversation. I hope some of this, or all of these thoughts, are going to be picked up in the next panel, or panels, in fact, and thought further. So the next panel will be on responsibility, a responsible artistic practice in the age of co-creating with AI. And before we are going to launch this panel, there will be a short intermission, 30 minutes. But within this intermission, you will see works that are chosen by the community. There was an open call for the community to share works or to represent themselves or yourselves in short show reels. So this is what you will see now, the next 30 minutes, and then I see you back with the second panel. Thanks. So now What?
Are you alive?
Projecting meaning onto noise.
Bellows breath. The bellows breath. The bellows breath.
Welcome back to the second part of the second day of this year's NODE Forum 2020, Second Nature. Well, about second today. I hope you had already a great day with workshops and like loads of informations and panels and time to talk with one another. And now I'm really happy to actually announce the next panel. The next panel is called Responsible Artistic Practice in the Age of Co-Creating with AI. The person who's going to moderate this panel is Diana now I didn't get it right, Sherbanescu, and with her on the panel are Vera-Maria Glahn and Johannes Hellberger, and on the panel remotely is Vladan Julia. I hope I got this right, but like, please correct me if I didn't. And,
no, that's great.
That's good? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So now I give the word to Diana, and I wish you a great panel. See you later.
Welcome to our audience who's watching us from the comfort of their home, online, or from here from the studio. I'm very honored to be hosting this evening session entitled Synthetic Being, Responsible Practices in the Age of Co-Creating with Artificial Intelligence. But before we begin, I would like to extend a big thank you to the NODE team for an excellent organization and for this wonderful opportunity for creating artists, researchers, and creatives around these important topics around AI and ethical practices. One more time, a warm welcome to our audience. On the two panels tonight, we'll try to apply a critical lens to the AI-driven processes designed for productivity and creativity alike. We'll discuss AI as a subject as well as a tool for artistic inquiry and artistic practice. We'll try to question and challenge prevailing AI narratives through artistic investigation and underline the role of the artist as catalyst for change through opening up participatory discussions, through inspiring alternative visions, through creating transparency around AI politics and ethics, and exposing the mechanisms and power systems at play. Throughout the time, creatives have sought to push those boundaries of what is considered possible and acceptable. This drive to reflect on current topics pushes artists to become early adopters of technological innovations, which they explore through a lens of their own discipline. Artificial intelligence, which has grown to become a social as well as technological issue, is not an exception. But how does the creative intent become, in this context, not only the source of artistic agency, but also a valuable practice for critical investigation? How can we create beauty through responsibilities? How can we use aesthetics to increase transparency, sparkle awareness, and inspire ethical practices? Working with a process as opaque as artificial intelligence, conscious and transparent choices in terms of data set and media sources, as well as clear statements of intention, are factors of which importance cannot be overstated. Artists, as well as engineers and users, must question notions of agency, authorships, and responsibility, in turn emphasized and uncovering layers of human-artificial entanglements and the numerous, often novel ethical concerns associated with these problematics. They must remain aware that decision, conscious or not, on how to implement and use such technologies will impact the commons, the social, political, and natural ecosystem, and highlight these moral dilemmas, revealing hidden processes and power structure for all. Engaged as we are in a planetary dance, can we use aesthetics and metaphor to deconstruct complexity? So those are the themes and topics that we are going to approach in the two panels tonight. And now I would like to welcome our guests. I would like to invite each of our distinguished researchers and artists to present their work and projects. First, I would like to introduce Vladan Joller, who is joining us in a virtual way, directly from Belgrade. Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Yeah, really nice to be here. Oh, okay. To be there and here in the same time.
We are very excited to have you with us in this hybrid encounter. So Professor Joller is a professor of the New Media Department of University of Novi Sad, and he's also the co-founder of SHARE Foundation. The SHARE Foundation, or lab, is a research and data investigation laboratory for exploring different technical and social aspects of algorithmic transparency, digital labor exploitation, invisible infrastructure, black boxes, and many other contemporary phenomena on the intersection between technology and society. Vladan Joller is also the co-writer of beautiful and artistic essays and inquiries into the life of an AI device, the Amazon Echo. The essay is entitled Anatomy of an AI System, and is a research conducted in collaboration with Kate Crawford. The project has been touring around the world and has been distinguished with many prizes and shown in famous museums around the world. More recently, Vladan also has co-written another Anatomy of an AI, the Nooscope, together with Matteo Pasquinelli. I cannot think of a better person to present AI as a subject of artistic inquiry, and also for dismantling the main traditional narratives associated with AI, while unveiling the complexity and the politics engaged in the construction of those systems. Next, on the panel, we have Vera-Maria Glahn, the co-founder and managing director of the Field Studio for Visual Arts, a creative studio specialized in art and technology. Vera is working with the most innovative brands and institutions worldwide. Field translates complex narratives into powerful, emotional, and accessible artworks for branding, campaigns, and spaces. As a strategist, consultant, and producer, Vera has been at the core of bringing Field's cutting-edge ideas into reality. After 9 years of building the studio in London, she now heads the Field's new venture in Berlin. Watching Vera's talks, I'm a big fan of her mission statements and messy manifesto that she proposes for the artist worldwide, promoting authorship as responsibility and responsible artistic practices in the age of co-creation with AI, but also climate change. I'm very happy to have you here with us, Vera.
Thank you. Very happy to be here.
And last but not least, another perspective is brought to us by Johannes Helleberger from Kling Klang Klong. Kling Klang Klong creates spatial music and sound experiences for installations, stage performances, exhibition, and interactive environments, shown and performed internationally. The studio, the transformation of acoustic spaces and the play with perception of spectator have become his signature as a spatial sound artist. Kling Klang Klong develops acoustic scenographies in the intersection of science, art, and communication. And they have been working with AI as a creative partner since 2017 on the project Meandering Rivers. Kling Klang Klong also promotes engagement of audiences and promotes knowledge transfer projects in relationship to artificial intelligence and collaborating with AI, not only as a creative partner, but also like a social partner. One of the most recent projects engagement project was realized for Futurium in Berlin. Also, one recent project on which Kling Klang Klong worked was the Chomsky versus Chomsky VR experience, the sound design for this project, which was realized in collaboration with MIT Open Documentary Lab. I'm very curious to hear more details about all this inspiring work.
Yeah.
And so now I would like to invite you to give us more details and insight into your research and work, I would like first to invite Professor Vladan Joller, and then Vera, and then Johannes. At the end of the presentation, we are going to have an open discussion, a Q&A about responsible practices and artificial intelligence. And at the end of the Q&A, we are going to ask the audience to participate also, like with questions or comments. So thank you so much. Vladan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. This was really lovely introduction. So, yes, so I'm mostly, I need to say that I didn't felt for a long time as an artist, and in a way, for some time I was like really thinking that I'm kind of retired artist, but I don't know why. You know, things and those maps that I was drawing and stuff like this started to be like somehow adopted by the art field or institutions, and now I also feel a bit as an artist, and it's not a bad feeling, I need to say. And so I started as a investigator, and really some kind of, you know, home activity. So I was like, this is something that I was doing in my free time, because I was like most of the time obsessed before, like in beginning of 2000s, with this idea of mapping internet infrastructures. But then I never had enough knowledge in that moment to do so. And then in some moment, like maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, I realized that finally I can do it. And I started with you know, really simple investigations, you know, like starting from my home, from myself, and then trying to understand, you know, devices that I have, trying to open them, trying to understand, like, you know, how they're made, but also then trying to follow those pings and trying to reveal, let's say, like what's going on behind those devices. And that obsession with like investigating the land beyond those like invisible infrastructures, invisible landscapes, something that kept me like for years. But it started with like internet infrastructures, you know, and then from there I was going deeper and deeper into different, you know, layers of let's say like infrastructure that is behind, so data centers. Then from there I was asking, okay, what is within the data center? Then I came to investigate different algorithms, starting with like one big research. It was called Facebook Algorithmic Factory. It was basically one of the early research on like what we are calling now algorithmic transparency. So I was trying to understand those algorithms, but in a sense, it's a lot about like, first, for some time I was thinking I'm like basically painting some like invisible landscapes. But now more and more I'm like more near to this idea of like listening infrastructure. And because like it's always starting with pinging something, because what I'm investigating, it's not, you know, a lot of time it's not visible at all, or it's really hidden behind many different layers of untransparencies. So I'm trying to listen different infrastructures, different objects, different black boxes that are behind. And so for like 5, 6 years, I was trying to somehow go deeper and deeper, you know, from devices to internet infrastructures and flow of those internet packets to the, you know, some infrastructure behind servers, routers, algorithms, then trying to understand. When I came to this kind of investigating of, like, for example, processes based on machine learning, and for me it was more interesting, like okay, what's behind that? And then I started also to pay attention on how different data sets are created, and going deeper and deeper and deeper I can go. But then it happened some kind of like really big turn in my work. First with spending a lot of time with Joanna Moll, and then after continuing to work with Kate Crawford, is basically when I got this idea of time. And I always had some idea about time, but in this sense, I started to think about all of those like infrastructures in time. So how those infrastructures were like looked like 40 years ago, when all of them were basically different types of rocks. And then I was trying to understand this transformation of those rocks, minerals, metals, and elements into the infrastructure that is now embedded in this process. And then basically the story became completely different, because I was for years thinking about things as a transparency, privacy, security, data this, data that. But when you start to think about those infrastructures and AI, any other high tech in time, then the story goes different, because like the problems that I was seeing was mostly related to labor, hard human labor exploitation, ecological catastrophes and things like this. So I started then with Kate to draw this map that is starting from the Earth, and then following those elements, what's going on to them through different processes, looking them through this lens of, let's say, Marxist theory of labor, and trying to spot all the dangerous things that are happening on the way. So I was investigating, like different illegal mining operations, smelters, refiners, component manufacturers, how those components are being assembled, where they are assembled. And basically this is how I started to do this kind of investigation of like this, let's say, world as a factory. So it's some kind of a planetary scale factory and planetary scale operation. And it's basically one huge operation of exploitation of human labor and exploitation of Earth. And I spent some time doing that, and in a sense, like for the last, let's say, 5-6 years, my main tool of like telling stories are basically maps, are basically cartographies. And then, as I said, it started with this network cartographies, but now more and more it's some kind of cartographies of this kind of complexity and cartography of global planetary scale systems that somehow we are not able to see, and we are not able to understand, or we neglect their existence at all. And then if you deconstruct something that is called, for example, in this case, AI, you come to something that we know from before. We are seeing like completely same, or let's say upgraded versions of like exploitation and exploitation of, as I said, Earth and labor, human labor in the same time. And then another thing that you can see, it's also like the question of like inequality. And so, for example, if we are looking through this like fractal structure of like production chains, on the bottom of this production chain will be probably, there's basically two sides of those bottoms. One, it's on the beginning, so it's starting from probably in like, in Congo, or in China, and in Bolivia, where those rare earths or different metals or lithium is being like excavated from the earth. But on the other side, it's ending again in India and in Africa, where again some kind of like people that are really not paid, far away from well, melting again those devices and in order to recycle this e-waste. So, but in between the beginning and the end, it goes to from like, let's say $1 per day that are paid, people are able to earn, for example, in Congo or in India, to 7 or 70 millions or 700 millions dollars per day, that the person who is on top of this pyramid, in this case, like it's Jeff Bezos is able to earn per one day. So this is like huge like scale of inequality. And then all of us, we are somewhere in between. And but since I don't have a lot of time, I will just like, you know, what I learned from doing that is basically that it's really hard to, you know, it's really tricky when we are speaking about something that's called like ethical AI. And for me, it's tricky to understand what people think when they say that. Because like, for example, in these numerous conferences from European Union to, I don't know, everywhere in the world, there is this idea of ethical AI. And it's mostly based on this idea of ethical data set. But in my map, like ethical data set, it's maybe here somewhere. Yeah, it's here. And in my point of view, like, you know, if you want to make this system ethical, then you will probably need to start from, you know, mines, and then you will need to think about like the labor condition in for example, Amazon warehouses. You will need to think about a lot of things that are also part of this extended anatomy. Because like if we don't make those part of this process fair, then I don't think that we can call any AI ethical if we just think about like what's going on within the model of machine learning and stuff like this. So this is something that I kind of took as one of the possible, you know, lenses or one of the possible perspectives that I'm now seeing the things. And I know that it's curse to think in the sense, because now for me it's hard to, you know, deal with the, you know, parts of the map, because of this, like the scale of this process, it's like hunting me for years. But yeah, that's my question, you know, like where we are trying to, what kind of problems we are trying to solve with this kind of idea of ethical AI. And then if it's want to change, if we want to fix the whole picture, then the questions are much more complex than the questions of like data set. And even I don't say that like the problems of data sets are you know, small, and problems of algorithms and problems of bias and problems of all this. But in a way, I think like, you know, if we want to scale, if we want to make the whole process and whole system ethical, then we will need to ask ourselves these questions about like contemporary capitalism and you know, like and this kind of like situation in which like the earth resources and different ecologies that exist on the way are being destroyed in order for us to create those devices and to create those like moments of pleasure in which we say, you know, Alexa, turn on the light and things like this. So I don't know, I think for the moment, this is my take into discussion. And I'm really looking forward to listen what else you are going to add.
Thank you so much, Vlad. And this was very, very interesting. And personally, I found this strategy extremely inspiring. Like before reading your beautiful essay, poetic and very inspiring, I had a very narrow understanding, I could say, about the ethical implications. And I could say it really opened my mind. I would like now to pass the token to Vera. So, please.
Thank you so much. That was really, really interesting to hear how you have arrived at that. I'm going to try and follow up with something sensible after this very, very concise insight. I'm Vera. Hello. Thank you again for having me. Super fancy setup. It's really fun to be here, even though it's very warm. I'm one of the founders of Field, and we're a creative studio based in London and in Berlin. We create digital artworks in all sorts of formats, never really kind of tying down on anything. And we do that mostly on commission for brands, using code, custom-built tools, and technology as a whole. This is kind of roughly the field that we play in. We do a lot of R&D within our commissions, but we're also often involved in kind of design, research, and innovation projects. That's the part that very often we can't show on our website. So where kind of we come in as artistic consultants with quite a strategic perspective. So indeed, Vladan, we are somewhere in that value chain, in that unethical value chain of earning money between all of these companies. Hands up. I started the studio together with my co-founder Marcus 11 years ago. And within our work, I focus on the business side of things and on strategy. So I'm not a practitioner working with AI. I'm very much coming from a perspective of the creative industries. And I think, you know, a lot of the artistic positions that we've heard already today, also in the previous panel, I thought was super interesting. I'm kind of feeling like I'm stating a lot of obvious things, I think, from our perspective, but I think it's really important to extend that from the arts into the creative industries where visual communication is designed. And I think that's really something that we think about a lot. A lot of our work is image making, motion design, CG, and animation, often in real time as well. And we're taking a very systematic approach to it, kind of coming from generative design, designing a behavior that becomes characteristic rather than designing an individual system. So really thinking about visual systems that can take different expressions and be responsive. Here's one of them. We designed this with Google, one of the evil ones, for Salone del Mobile in Milan in 2018, exploring how interior design affects your emotions with basically a wristband sensor from John Hopkins University with a biometric sensor in it. Visitors were wearing this wristband, spent time in 3 different interior design settings, with the goal of finding out in which room you felt most calm. The biometric data was collected and visualized. You'd get a printout at the end of it. And the focus was really not on reading the data, but on the question whether the data matches how you perceive the space yourself. So whether your perception and the perception of the sensor, of the system, kind of somehow match up, or whether they're saying something completely differently. It's obviously, you know, not a very reliable technology yet. That's why, you know, it was important to phrase it as a precise question. And, you know, we really also created the visualizations in a very consciously minimal, simple way, not really suggesting any legibility, and focusing on the fact that every perception is unique. Very often, like in that project, we're visualizing something that is invisible by nature or invisible to the human eye, but that might be visible to machines, to sensors, or that might be captured as data. It can be the energy of movement. It can be a part of the visual spectrum that cameras can see and we can't, or it can be the complexity of algorithms. This year during lockdown, we worked with Space 10, the research lab of IKEA, on a series of experiments using LiDAR scanning in mobile devices. And we asked what if the tools that we used to perceive space, to measure space, were not designed for experts, but for everyone. How about you could inflate an elephant, don't ask me why it's an elephant, into any nook and cranny in your flat and use it to measure volume, dimensions, etc., in a non-metric way. So kind of an example of using a machine learning technique to make something more human rather than less human. This is a series of illustrations that also exist in motion that we published with Wired magazine a few years ago. This was in 2018, end of 2018, where we tried to give machine learning algorithms a tangible form on the level of fascination. We've got a neural network, kind of classical structure that's it's based on SyntaxNet, the library from Google for voice analysis. as a representation for voice analysis, because that was one of the technologies that was really arriving in our devices, in our pockets in the following year. A generative adversarial network in the middle and a blockchain on the right. That is probably quite simple to spot. And we're really interested in kind of getting our heads into these systems, because we've worked with technology a lot over the years and understanding, like you said, Glahn, the hidden mechanics of the world around us. And of course, these illustrations will never be able to explain to someone how a neural network works. But they work on the level of intrigue and kind of sparking an interest. Maybe they can help someone build up enough interest to spend more time with one of your maps. I think that would be a really good combination. And they can also convey a certain level of information and kind of small bits of information. For example, the fact that these systems can shapeshift, that they learn autonomously, that even an engineer might not be able to say what's really happening on the inside, even when they designed it. I'll show you two of the clips in motion if we want to go back to the stream. And the other one. The blockchain was maybe the only one in the series of 5 that actually had a visual metaphor in the concept. You think about a chain, obviously, with ledgers, and they all share the same information, and it's passed between them. We obviously designed these by hands. We came up with the metaphors and we decided what they would look like. It's not like the data is giving us some kind of magical shape for them. But then we kind of used data sets that we could get our hands on to drive them. So, for example, the data that is driving the detailed animation on the ledgers here is 1 day of transactions in Ethereum. So you could say after over 10 years of working with technology, we're also doing more and more work that reflects on technology, because frankly, it is one of the most interesting narratives to engage with these days as a designer, as an artist. It's the area where we really desperately need new metaphors. Coming from a slightly geeky perspective anyways, we love getting our heads a little bit deeper into a certain complexity, not just churning out content that doesn't have any meaning, and then make that complexity accessible somehow through a visual, more intuitive and emotional language, hopefully. The blue image on this slide is from a light installation that we built for Microsoft. And it's designed as a metaphor for cloud-based systems, cloud-based system architecture, more precisely to illustrate what happens when retail supply chains run in the cloud. So it's a super simple interaction that I'm demonstrating to you personally here. I'm sometimes wondering whether I'm still going to do that when I'm 50. Maybe, would be fun to keep doing that. A very simple interaction that really sharply focuses on just one individual aspect. The real-time response of a complex system to the choice that I make as a consumer in a shop by taking something out of a shelf. Sliding, not taking it out, but that's a detail. So again, it's a bit of a complex narrative. I always need 3 sentences to even say what this was about. This was for a B2B event, basically from Microsoft. Not the sexiest brief in the world for a designer, but a really nice challenge to actually come up with a visual metaphor for. As you can see, we do a lot of commercial work. We work with a lot of evil brands. It's not like we don't care about that. It's not like that isn't sometimes troublesome. I don't have the answers to it yet, but we're thinking about it and talking about it. We finally started to kind of identify and working on a standpoint for ourselves and started to initiate projects with collaborations that focus on new ways of creating, on somehow making a positive contribution. It's scary to see how big the architecture is. You know, when it's like you said, it can be frustrating when once you get started, more and more problems come up. But looking for a more sustainable way of doing things, and we really want to look at the word sustainability not only in the eco sense, but looking at all levels, looking at our relation to nature, to ourselves, to each other, kind of looking at circular thinking as a new guiding principle for all levels of life, of society and economy. And the aspect that I think that connects this urgency of the ecological sustainability, the urgency of the climate crisis, and the societal change that we are facing with technology, with AI, with machine learning, from a designer's point of view, is that it's really hard to get audiences engaged with the decisions that I think we need to make as a society in this very crucial moment in time. It almost feels like, okay, we need to sort this out in the next couple of years, otherwise it's going to be decided by corporations. And I think the interconnectedness of all of these aspects is one of those very complex narratives to bring across. There are enough studies that that prove why for individual human beings it's so different to change their behavior, even though they're completely convinced that climate change is real. It's because of the complexity of the circumstances and how everything is connected, and it's just simply overwhelming. And I think to bring these complex narratives across, we need new ways of storytelling. Where would they come from if not from us? I think aesthetics, art, and visual communication and design are able to create that engagement, to get people excited about positive possibilities, to maybe help people find access to a public debate. And we can do that on a level of fascination. We can provide insight, and we can root it in authenticity, even though we're not creating artworks that do justice to the full depth and the level of detail that maybe we see in the map view that you're drawing. But I think that this fast and more intuitive access is just as important to open the door. I think we, as designers, have a responsibility to come up with these new formats of storytelling, of communication, start being able to cater for these topics. And making these complexities accessible and experienceable. And that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you so much, Vera. That was very inspiring. I think indeed it's very important to use the artistic voice to open up the narratives around the AI as a tool and technology that has also positive promises and not only dystopian images associated with it. Yeah. I think it's very important. Thank you so much. I would like to invite now Johannes to present next.
Yes. I feel honored actually to be here with these great people, and who especially I have a lot of respect for all the people who invest really their lives into these important topics. And maybe I'm more, I'm between the chairs, and I'm also on one side with Vera, that we kind of, we also run a business, and but we also start questioning ourselves a lot these days, because the urgency is so tangible, and it somehow feels like we all have to change on a micro perspective at least. But so far, let me introduce myself, and first of all, thanks to all the NODE people here. Again, this is crazy what you did, and I know it's been tough. I have a good contact to David in this Corona times. To set up a festival like this is really good work. Thank you guys, and thanks for everybody out there streaming this. So let's cut to what I actually want to say. So. Yes, as you said, I'm Johannes Helberger, I'm a sound artist. I think you made the whole introduction actually. So we're Kling Klang Klong as a creative studio for sound, music and acoustic narratives. we are always curious to find new ways to have to actually find new narratives for topics and for content, and hopefully content which kind of makes sense more and more. But first of all, Kling Klang Klong is a bunch of people, so I'm representing Kling Klang Klong here, but I want to give credit to our really beautiful team with different skill sets from music composition to sound design, coding, concept, musicology, and so on. And we as a group, these different skill sets make it possible to tackle topics in different ways. And we use instruments and microphones and computers in our minds, and whatever is coming our way, like AI or whatever, to explore new ways to create acoustic narratives and sonic experiences. We are in a constant transformation process, and our topics change over time, so it's really sometimes hard to define ourselves. But you could say we are prototypers and like to do things we've never done before, so we try to not repeat ourselves. And very often, as I said, new technologies trigger our curiosity to investigate those in relation to our work. So whenever new technologies emerge, they come with hopes and fears and questions in the realm of possible aesthetics. And what you see here on the picture is the Voda, which I found a few days ago in another project, which actually was Diana. It's the first speech synthesizer in history invented around 1940. So actually you should have a look on YouTube in the video. It's really funny and somehow also amazing because it really works, and you can imagine it to sound. So there's this person with these keys and the foot pedal and plays sentences like a machine speaking, which sounds a bit like Stephen Hawking's generative voice. And that was 1940, right? So, and I think at that time they had this question, can a machine talk like a human? And this actually reminded me, this picture also, of our questions today with AI. Can a machine sing? Can it reason? And so forth. And you can also see that the idea is very much, on the human side on this picture. So it's a bit like what we all think about AI these days. But let's give you, because AI is only part of our work, and I give you a short, quick overview about the variety, how we approach projects. For example, in 2015, when the virtual reality developer headsets became available, we did a project with Schnelle Bunte Bilder called Mirror. And the question here was, how would people interact when they are in the same room with their digital alter ego? And as you can see here, many of these people were actually having a good time with their digital me. It was a bit like watching child's being the first time in front of the mirror, so we like sometimes very playful ways to tackle topics. Another big field of us are narrative spaces and immersive rooms, as you said, like acoustic sonography. And a good example for this is the Light Cloud project from Darmstadt, which we did in cooperation with Tamschik and iArt. And the question here was, if a space would be a being, in this case it was the corridor between the foyer and the canteen actually, and if it would have a consciousness, how would it feel to meet this being or to be in this being, and how would actually this being act and react? And of course for us as sound designers, how would it sound when it sleeps and dreams, and how would it treat people, and how would people affect it actually? And in the end, as we had a lot of artistic freedom in this project, even though it was brand commissioned by Merck, we created 80 different sound scenarios, partly composed and generative, partly interactive. So you would sometimes enter the room and it would sleep and dream something super weird, and then it would wake up and get totally angry at you and mumble grumpy stuff. So these are ways for us to create experiences of imaginative scenarios. I think the tech stuff I will spare in this talk today. And this project I put in because we often question, as I said, ourselves of what we as music and sound passion people actually can do to contribute to topics like climate change and other pressing topics, as we don't use, a lot of text and syntax to express our thoughts. Music is a very emotional layer. So often we create the context for other projects, which hopefully are making sense. But in this case, we get asked to actually use our skills to raise awareness for climate change. So the idea here was to apply climate data since I think the recording began 1800. I think there was some reverse engineering included, to apply these climate data on Vivaldi's famous piece, Four Seasons. So throughout the piece, it would kind of diffract and get, deconstructed in a way and destructed. And in the last fourth of the piece, you would really feel only like a thin rest, a bit like being in a desert where you had in the spring like a vivid planet. Actually very nice to hear. It's also, you can reach it on our website, or I think on Elbphilharmonie Hamburg website, where this piece in the end was presented. Again, another place where it's questionable about resources, but that's another thing. At least we all contributed nearly for free to make this happen. And it's important for me to also mention that the whole score is free of copyrights and can be played and used by all the orchestras in the world to help raise attention to this certain field of people. I'll spare you the credits. You can see that online. Anyway, thanking for all the people who contributed to this project, especially Marken Film Space, who brought us in. I think we lost so much time for our discussion, so I jump over that one and come to the topic of AI and machine learning. And again, this, of course, inspired us to investigate and see what it brings to our work. And back in 2017, where we did our first project, actually, I didn't quite grasp the potential of the field, of this technology in the field of music and sound design. And there were not many approachable tools to actually work with it, so we decided to give 2 developers 2 months to invest research time in it and come up with something we can start to work with. And they came up with this Google Magenta Performance RNN learning model, which was definitely far away from being intuitive and easily usable, so they needed another month to kind of create translation in music and back and forth. And this whole process of training neural networks and see what comes out of it was a very interesting process, actually. For me, it felt like you, Vladan. I think I read this in the Neuroscope. Honestly, I only read 2 or 3 pages on the way here, but it really felt like it's the steam engine in the industrialization. So it really felt like we're in the beginning. It's so much work to do to make this work and to make this technology work, actually, for us. And it must have felt the same like people thought about the voter 70 years ago. But actually, this voter thing, that's why I bring it back, you can totally apply to this process of working creatively with a neural network, because basically when you work with a synthesizer, it's interesting as a realm of error and glitch. And so you try different cables and see what comes out. And with the neural networks, you start to design data sets, which we never did before, and then see what comes out. The difference is actually that, so if we want to shape an AI with our bias, it's not at all real time. And I was experiencing our coder team going totally nuts on that. You create a data set, and then you feed the data into the algorithm, and then you basically wait forever, and then you fail. and then you wait again, and then you fail again, and you alter the whole data set, and so forth. So it's very time-consuming. But to just give you a glimpse of what I'm talking about was this project, Meandering Rivers, with the design studio Informative. And they created these very poetic generative visuals based on the way rivers change over time, if they're not constrained like in our country. But I saw them in Iceland from the aeroplane. You can really see, how they change, especially when you have a time lapse like what they had as a model. And they asked us to, bring a soundtrack which would enhance the emotional, complex, and unpredictable nature of these visual aesthetics. And us coming from composition and film music, like back in the days, we were always interested to combine code with music and sound in a way that you can feel this magic sound has, or, magic, maybe a big word, but that for me music has to do with analog quality and expressivity of human touch. So in that case, we gave the machine or the AI the role of a silent movie pianist improvising to the ever-emerging and dissolving river structures from Informative, and created the training data where we recorded several pianists improvising to these visuals with very different styles. And in the beginning, after having very random results, we started to, in order to get something musical, we started to nudge the machine towards, this certain place where it feels really expressive, it feels kind of human, but it's not. And it's somehow the style the pianist implemented in this neural network. But again, it's not a repetition the machine played. And this moment where we found this and we played this to the pianists, and they were kind of shocked about this because there was a machine playing their style, but playing it a bit different. So from this one, I will give you a little short part of the recording to actually get a feeling how this ended out. As we are running out of time, you can see that in the internet. But anyway, there would be lots more to say, but yeah, I'll try to do it quick now. Another perspective with the AI is really this to give normal, let's say, normal audience a way to interact with artificial intelligence. And the Futurium asked us to actually do exhibits, interactive exhibits, and create imaginative scenarios of music production and interaction in the future. And in order for us to break it down, we broke it down to 3 very old traditions of music, and tried to make it as intuitive and as simple as possible, even though what's behind is super complex in the computation, most of it at least. What you see here is conducting, and the left is composing. I keep that part short because what is more interesting for us is this improvising exhibit, where you basically have these 8 keys, and whatever you play sounds in the bias of classical Western piano music sounds very senseful, and so you can play actually whatever, and that's one neural network which kicks in there. And then the other network would give a musical answer to you. So it was kind of a way for us also to try how to make a very simple construct where this complex technology could be experienced, even though this is not something very explanative. It's more playful. I'll jump over, and this is the last one. It's the one you mentioned, is the last project we did with AI 2019, where actually now we had tools to try just to use AI tools as a design in the design process and not make it a big topic, even though this project had the topic of AI, because this project Chomsky and Chomsky, Chomsky versus Chomsky, is actually the intention to create a mixed reality experience where you meet Noam Chomsky's AI and talk to him and learn about AI through this encounter and interaction. And also, you know, the idea is to make the back end visible and audible and experiences all the processes and chances and limitations also of AI. So, for example, you would really talk to him. This was powered by the MIT, putting lots of Chomsky bias into these neural networks, which create the answers. And sometimes it would just talk gibberish, and we are all okay with it, because, you know, we don't want to pretend that this technology is so magic. You know, it's good to see the errors and glitches, to understand actually the limitations also of technology. So this was presented at Sundance 2020, and maybe I skipped now the part of which tools we used and whatnot. Basically, we just threw in a lot of sound bias, like Arizona birds, where he lives, or his favorite cello piece, and also his voice, and, you know, worked with what different algorithms spit out. So yeah, I think I'll just cut it down, because I think it's much more valuable also to discuss with you guys on these topics. That was a little glimpse in our relationships to new technologies. And as I said, we definitely now start to question very much the sense of what we do. And we are in a very, since actually the lockdown and Corona, we started a very hot debate of what we can change as a, you know, starting from what we eat, in what we have in the studio, how we act, to actually all the content we do. And we also denied now some jobs which we didn't find ethical and so forth. But we are far away from people like Vladan and other people I heard in the conference now, which really invest their lives in this way. And I somehow, yeah, as I said, I somehow, I don't know, bewundere some people who do that. Could you translate bewundern?
Admire.
I admire people who do that. So maybe I end up in a situation like this if I'm lucky. And I give it up to you, maybe, I think. Huh?
Thank you so much, Johannes. It is very interesting and very valuable to see these projects and this research directed towards citizen engagement and participation, and also collaboration with AI-powered technologies. I would like to start the question round by asking Vladan what motivated your research and what triggered your interest in artificial intelligence as a subject of artistic inquiry. I feel that you've used AI almost as an excuse to highlight and discover, in a way, as within a mirror, inherent structures within society. You used AI as a highlight of processes, structures, political entanglements. So I would be interested to know more about how you started developing this interest, and then how did it translate to the first anatomy of an AI, and then to the second essay, which came from a more conceptual description of AI. So what motivated this research, and how, why is it important for other artists also like to deal with this topic?
Okay, I don't know, I think it happened just like, in a way, without my intention, in a sense, and I still don't find a lot of difference between what we were doing before as a, investigating something that was called back then big data or algorithms. So I think it's the same thing in a way. It's the set of almost the same problems. Maybe now here we have one more or two other layers of untransparencies, but I think deeply rooted in, as we explain in the text with Matteo Pasquinelli and Noscop, it's not, you can link most of those problems, not, it's nothing, there is nothing new. And a lot of those problems and ideas were developing for hundreds of years. And so there is nothing especially new for me in AI. And I think what I'm seeing every 1 or 2 years you have new hypes of new different hot topics, and somehow AI became a topic in last 2 years, and I will hope it will pass fast, because it's starting to be really boring in a sense. And but so the problem is what I'm seeing, every 1 or 2 years you have a different hot topic. Then before AI it was about algorithmic transparency, then about big data, then about you name it. And the thing is those topics are changing really fast in a sense. So they are changing. If we, the ones who are want to investigate and spend more time, or for example investigative journalists, to do one good story, you need to work 1, or usually, for example, for each of those maps I spend minimum 1 to 2 years, and in that time those hypes are already somewhere else. So I think those hyper production of new trends, it's also related with we are also living it in this context of AI and everything. It's one of new trends, but it's still the same problem that I'm seeing. It's how to because we are always in the position of minority in a sense, the position of a little amount of people who want to investigate something, and most of the time investigate something that is from the outside, from the position of the outsider, not from the position of someone who is within the system. And to do that, you really need a lot of time, and you really need a lot of resources. And so, for example, when we were speaking about algorithmic transparency a few years ago on most of those conferences, they were really clear that in order to apply algorithmic transparency, even from the position of the government, we will not have enough resources to do that and to follow the changes that are happening within the industry. So, for example, in order to follow up with what Facebook is doing, you will need a new bureaucracy. You will need few new buildings like European Commission is. And I don't think that we have capacity either, both on the level of independent investigators, but also on the level of governments to deal with those issues. And then in that sense, I want to connect this with some of the topics that were mentioned before. Then this position of artists is also really important, but it's also really important to understand that there is a lot of responsibility in that. So, for example, we have a power to present and to visualize those complexities, and then those visualizations became a new rules, or became a new aesthetics, new way of imagining something that is behind, something that is abstract. But all of us who are doing that, either from the position of I don't know, I'm doing this cartography, you are doing this in music, you are doing this in visualization of, I don't know, algorithms. We all know that it's that like a lot of this is storytelling and our personal bias, how to represent something. Because, for example, in each of my maps, it's like really some kind of hyper reduction of complexity. And each of those reductions is basically my choice to show something and not to show something. So this is like, and I found like this in a way, like by doing those things, I realized in a sense like how, you know, our position of cartographers, position of people who visualize data, position of people who play with that, it's really important because we are in a way, the ones who are able to interpret something that is invisible. And then our interpretation became something that people are taking for granted.
Thank you so much, Vladan. This is very valuable. I would like to ask Vera as well, what's your perspective on this take of creating metaphors for engaging the audience, and also like your responsibility as an artist towards your own bias of representation?
I completely agree with what you said. You know, it is our own interpretation that we put into it, and you know, that can be a very beautiful thing as well, to have that freedom. At the same time, it is problematic, but you know, I don't want to sound kind of nihilistic, but I don't really know what else we can do. I don't think that can be, because if you look at it in that level of detail, like you are doing in your work, then, and you mentioned that word yourself, it can be extremely frustrating because you don't even know where to start. And it follows you into your everyday life because you don't, you know, if you stop buying from Amazon or you stop using Facebook, it's not really going to fix it. And, you know, a vegan lifestyle is also not going to fix it. It's so much bigger. And I think one thing that has become important for me personally, and also for us on the level of the business, you hinted at it as well, the fact that we don't have all the answers and that we can't go through with it for 100% must not stop us from doing anything at all. I think that's super important for me, because I think this expectation of perfection is preventing a lot of change from happening. You know, if everybody went 60% vegan, we would be a big step further. You know, it doesn't have to be 100%, and you don't have to be militant about it. I think those are all examples that really translate into a different context as well, and that's why we actually, you know, Marcus and I in the studio, we started talking about these things before we really have a solution, because what else would we do? I don't really know what else we can do. When we took the train ride together, Johannes and I, we kind of reached one point where we thought, okay, what is a possible solution to kind of reining this in, to avoiding bias or whatever? And the ultimate and maybe only aspect that I can think of is, in the end, even though governments don't have enough capacity, for me is democracy. You know, is to have a functional division of powers and, you know, institutions that keep each other in check. Mm-hmm. And I love how, you know, as an old humanist, how this is all kind of connecting. You have the social level, you have the individual responsibility, you have technology and you know, that old picture of progress and future optimism, which has always been important as a personal standpoint for us. And you have the ecological and the kind of environment aspect around it, and kind of, yeah, this idea of healing, of kind of moving towards a better future, which is the essence of humanism. And I think it's, I'm really enjoying it at the moment, that there are more discussions about this, and that I'm finally also arriving personally at a point in my life where I actually start thinking about this, and it, you know, it feels a lot more meaningful than maybe discussions that I've had years before. I don't know.
Thank you so much, Vera. I would like to continue actually discussing about these democratic approaches and opening the agency. But before that, I'll have to inject an interruption. There is an intervention from two of our artists. There is an interruption in the program and a quest for the audience to answer to the questions that are posted in the pool. So if we could have the video from Normals.
Disaster or salvation. And when you fly, oh, in the skies, and when you die, oh, before my eyes, you punch a hole that leaves us whole, you pinch my heart, my shopping cart, and the food that you don't eat, and the air that you don't breathe, and the oil, and the oil, it's more for me, yeah. It's more for me, yeah, and the bubble don't burst, the bubble it don't burst, and I'll make sure it won't burst ever, for me and you. Conditions are progressively stabilizing inside the bubble, but all these empty houses are in ruin. We've proposed a reconstruction plan to accommodate our reduced population, and competing architects have proposed several different plans. A. Keep everyone and everything within a restricted space, with large green areas around for easy escapism. B. We must divide the land into smaller parcels for communal living, each having access to just what they need.
So thank you so much, Normals, for this intervention. Our audience is invited to vote in the poll and choose their answer to those questions. I would like to continue our discussion with Johannes, and I would be curious to know more about what feedback did you get from the audiences that were interacting with the devices, with the installations that you made. Did you feel that you contributed, like in popularizing this understanding of what AI means for sound design, or?
Well, honestly, the Chomsky vs. Chomsky project, for example, was just a VR prototype which was shown at the Sundance and just before Corona kicked in, and I wasn't even there, only Schnelle Bunte Bilder were there. So actually I cannot really answer this, and I didn't also talk to people in the Futurium. But if I may, I would like to actually continue this discussion Vladan and Vera opened, because I think it's an interesting point what you said, Vladan, is, you know, with the personal bias we induce, and actually that's also something which never seems to change. It's a bit like, and I see also the value in this, because if we look at numbers and if we look at complexity, we don't, and maybe that's my view from a musician, it doesn't touch us emotionally. And I have the feeling, and that's an old story, if people are touched in a way emotionally with a singular stories and so on, it sticks in their mind and it starts a process. And so, you know, in so each artist puts bias into his work. It's a bit like writing a book or writing a song. You know, there are songs out there which caused revolutions, and there are books which caused change in the minds of people. And I wouldn't say that our work has this power at all, but at least, you know, if we are people as artists, and maybe in this, you know, in this different powers, artist, press, jurisdiction, and so on, we should maybe transform mirror these structures, mirror errors and failures, and make it personal, actually, for the people who don't invest a lot of time in investigating complex subjects. It's a translation, in a way, in that sense, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I don't think it's like by saying that okay, we should be aware of our bias. I think I just want to point that we should be aware also about our position and our power to create different forms of visualization of those spaces. And on the other side, you know, this idea of, you know, what we are going to do, because like it's not, you know, like it's hard, it's big, and the problems are overwhelming, you know. But I had the same feeling when I was, for example, investigating these Facebook algorithms. I knew I'm not able to create a perfect or a visualization of that. I knew that, you know, like I'm 10 times or 1,000 times slower than the system is changing. I knew that the picture is not complete. I knew that I had the feeling that, you know, I'm going through some kind of woods with a torch and seeing some little, you know, parts, or just seeing the nearest trees around me. But still, we need to be brave to continue to do that, because like, if we don't question those systems, even we know that we will never be able to represent them completely. But if we don't question, if we are not brave to do that, even we know that we are not going to succeed, we will never do anything. We will then stop to question this existence that we have, in which we are, our lives, our communication, our emotions, whatever we do, it's moderated by someone, you know, and some things. And if we don't question that, if we don't question the filters in between us and those lenses that are basically changing the what we are saying and how we are communicating, it's who is communicating, then I think our chances to build some kind of better future, it's like really limited. And the thing is, like, I completely agree that we should not be militant in a sense of, like, you know, only 100%. That's not possible, you know, that's not possible at all from our position. And in a way, we are in this position because the social price of going out, it became so big. Social price of not participating, of not using Google, not using Facebook, or not working for some of them, it's like it's too big. Mm-hmm. This is why this is really some kind of like this kind of neo-colonial system in which we are all enslaved in a sense. But okay, let's not go into that direction. I don't take me wrong. I'm really not into, you know, judging people who are not, you know, who doesn't have this kind of radical opinion or like radical practices and trying to, you know, like reveal something, because it's not for all of us, in a sense of like, I also, you know, I strongly believe as well in beauty, you know, and I appreciate, like, you know, whatever beautiful it's made. So it's not 0-1, it's never 0-1, you know, and I think it is a really moment in which all of us should do something, but it's not, like it's. I think no one will be able to do 100%. They're like just few people probably.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
But we should try to do our best. No?
Thank you so much for this human message, and I think this is very important that the artists have this self-awareness and this kind of responsive mission, responsible mission, in a world where technologies are driven by corporations and commercial interests that are not self-disclosing themselves as much. So I think it's really a nice message that the artists should set the bar in this investigation. One last question on my side. I would be super interesting to see how, to learn more about how culturally situated these responses are to these technologies. Whether, for example, the AI artistic scene in Serbia would be approaching this subject a bit differently than people in Germany. Whether the responses also are culturally diverse. Or there are specific angles?
Well, like especially with AI, when we speak about that, there is this tendency towards every time the majority will be in favor of, in a sense of this kind of statistical machine. So what we have in an AI, it's basically statistical machine for statistical compression, nothing else. And it has its own rules. And those rules are, the compression or how, for example, all anomalies are being most of the time, lost and stuff like this. And then if we transfer this into cultures, it means for example, of course, the AI model will be trained on the BBC archive, because there is a BBC archive. I think there is no, Serbian, there is not enough, I think, in a lot of countries, there is not enough data sets, there is not enough archives to create, for example, quality AI products, because they are favoring masses, they're favoring the dominant cultures, dominant data sets. And in that sense, it's hard to, from the position of the periphery, it's always it's much harder to even communicate with, for example, Amazon Alexa in your own accent and stuff like this. So it will always favor the clean UK accent, for example. So it's this kind of and I don't know, but I think there is a lot of. So, for example, I was in this jury for Ars Electronica, and last year there was this kind of segment about AI, and so there was surprisingly a lot of works that are critical towards those AI practices that are coming from different countries that we will not considered as those kind of main cultural places, so from the periphery, and that's the good side. But also what is good side for being on the periphery, it's that you are part of the process of creation. You are the one who is labeling the data set. You are the one who is working in the factory. You are the one. So, for example, in my experience, working in China and in India, they are more close to the production process. So they have less, fantasies about those things. The main fantasies are coming from the places that are completely, isolated from reality. For example, from Silicon Valley office or from, some kind of design heaven in Amsterdam, or, those are So the more you're in periphery, more you are close to reality of like how those technologies are basically really similar to factories, to you know, like some production process, to minerals, to materials, and so on. So, oh, yeah.
Thank you so much. Because we don't have much time left, I would like to actually take some questions from the audience. And one of the questions would be from David. What's left when machines take over repetitive tasks like mastering sounds or other creative processes that makes a piece artistically unique?
I think what will probably be always left is the creative task of designing the system itself in the first place.
Very true.
Yeah.
Another question from Mari. How did Kling Klang Klong start their journey?
How we started our journey? Well, I think there are many versions of the story, but in the beginning it was, let's say, we really started working on first projects 2013, and we worked a lot with dance. So I'm also from Frankfurt. I worked a lot with dance pieces, also here in Musanturm. And then the Kinect came out, and we were so keen to translate movement data into sound and music. So this started this whole process of having a composer here and a sound designer there, and the concept and the technology, and you know, translate these data to something. So that's a bit what we started. It was super playful times, not much business, but lots of time to try stuff. Actually, it was good times.
And what is the approach to apply complex data sets to compositions and music that you are using?
What is the
question from Dominic?
What is the approach? Can you say it again?
What is the approach to apply complex data sets to compositions and music? How can you start this process? If you have any tips that you could share with someone who would like to start
okay,
with
like this
coding
so
process.
honestly, I'm not a coder, but as I said, there are tools out there. So basically, one thing you could try out, if it's really about this, use Ableton Magenta. It's free download. You can have this trained neural network by our big friends of Google, and it's full of bias of Western music, of course. You will never have Indian music coming out of that. But it's good to play with it and find out what actually happens, you know, when you put in some notes, and then it will create a composition out of it, and super interesting. And another thing is DDSP, also Google Brain, also open source, I have to say. Just things to play with.
Thank you very much, Johannes, for these tips. Thank you very much, Vladan and Vera and Johannes for the participation. I think our time is running up. It was way too short, I feel. We could have discussed much, much longer on these topics. Thank you very much for the very meaningful and powerful content. I would like to wish you a good evening, and I hope you're staying with us for the following discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you too, and thank you,
Vladan. Very much for participation. Good to meet you. Nice to meet you, Vladan. Nice to be with you here.
Sorry if I was talking too much.
No, I think it was very important what you said, and it really inspired me. I wrote some things down, and I will definitely think about it. And I hope we have a chat these days, maybe on another platform. Cool.
It's been very inspiring to listen to you all. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Have a wonderful evening. Ciao, ciao.
So yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Vera. Thank you, Vladan. And thank you, Johannes, for reflecting on responsible artistic practice in co-creating with AI. by like addressing that, what Diana already said, it was way or not enough time. So I encourage you to go to the platforms that have been made to further discuss like all these subjects, like the hub of Greenhouse Naxos, or the chats, or as well like the Creative Coding Lab, or really special thing as well for the panelists. There is the Speakers Corner where you could go now or till 11 tonight, and you can go there online and meet up and discuss further. And yeah, I would really encourage you to do that to keep the discussion running. And before we go to the next part of the panel, we have half an hour break again, where there'll be the second submission for the open call, where you submitted your artworks, which got chosen by the community, and yeah, you will see this now. And I see you in half an hour. Have fun. to today's last panel, the second part of responsible artistic practice in the age of co-creating with AI. The next panel, is going to be again hosted by Diana Sherbonescu, and with her on the panel is Mio from Vals Binea, and remotely there will be Caroline Snyders and Refik Anadol. And I'm sure this panel will be as interesting as the panel before. And so I give the word to Diana. Good panel.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Welcome again, everyone, to the Synthetic Being Panel 2 and the last panel of the evening. My name is Diana, and I have the honor to be, again, your host for tonight, together with another 3 extremely inspiring and wonderful artists working creatively with artificial intelligence. Tonight we are going to continue exploring this idea of responsible artistic practice in relationship with artificial intelligence, in co-creating with AI, and explore AI also as a tool for social empowering. We are going to critically reflect on our strategies and on our collection of data sets and on our artistic practices. We are going to explore how a creative intent become not only the source of artistic agency, but also a valuable practice for critical investigation. And this evening, I would like to introduce our wonderful guests. We have Refik Anadol joining us live from Los Angeles. Hello, Refik, how are you?
I'm great, actually. I'm sorry, I am in actually El Paso, Texas. The plans change, but hello from Texas. But
hello from Texas.
11 hours ahead.
Wonderful.
Yes, there's an
amazing.
It's also very different, experience to say hi from here.
It's amazing to have you on this hybrid panel this evening. Welcome to NODE. Also, one other panelist, Caroline Snyders, joining us from Berlin remotely. Hello, Caroline. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for being here with us. And also here in the studio with us, Christian Mio Leclerc. Welcome, Christian.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for joining. It's a pleasure to have you all. Thank you so much to the wonderful team again from NODE for organizing this wonderful event. We are going to conduct this panel in a similar way as the first panel of the evening. We are going to introduce at the beginning the artists and then give them the chance to present their work and projects in more details. And then we are going to have discussions, Q&A discussions on the topic of responsibility as an artistic practice. And at the end of the panel, we are going to ask the audience to join us with questions and comments. So Refik Anadol, born in Istanbul, Turkey, is a media artist, director, and pioneer in aesthetics of machine intelligence. His body of work locates creativity at the intersection of humans and machines. In taking the data that flows around us as his primary material and the neural network of a computerized mind as his collaborator, Refik paints with a thinking brush, offering us radical visualization of our digitized memories and exposing the possibilities of architecture, narrative, and the body in motion. It's extremely poetic, the work that he does. And he creates site-specific parametric data sculptures, live audiovisual performances, and immersive installations which take many forms, while encouraging us as audiences to rethink our engagement with the physical world, its temporal and spatial dimensions, and the creative potential of machines. Refik is recipient of a number of awards and prizes, including the Lorenzo Il Magnifico Lifetime Achievement Award for New Media Art, Microsoft Research Best Vision Award, German Design Award, and many others. Very happy to have you, Refik, with us. Caroline is a machine learning researcher, artist, and researcher in residence with Weizenbaum Institute. She is the creator of Feminist Dataset, a multi-year project which interrogates every step of the artificial intelligence process that include data collection, data labeling, data training, selecting an algorithm to use, the algorithmic model, and designing how the model is then placed into a chatbot. Every step exists to question and analyze the pipeline of creating using machine learning. Each step is feminist, is intersectional. Each step has bias and interrogates, each step interrogates how bias is inserted and how bias can be removed. Together with Anna Rittler, Caroline is currently an artist in residence for the AI Lab organized by Ars Electronica and the Experiential AI Research Group at the Edinburgh Future Institute, part of the University of Edinburgh, in partnership with Edinburgh International Festival. This project was developed in order to support artists to explore AI systems. Together with us, also Mio. Christian Mio Leclerc is a new media artist and choreographer based in Berlin. He explores the harmonic friction of human bodies, movement, and nature colliding with digital procedures, data-driven algorithms, and machine learning. Using technology to generate art and algorithms to build installation, he continuously explores the aesthetics and frictions of human identity. Mio is also trained as a hip-hop dancer, and he was the winner of the International Battle of the Year in 2007. He's also the creative director at Waltz Binaire, where he uses cutting-edge technology in interactive installation, audiovisual experiences, visual narratives, and dance performances. He continuously illuminates the beauty and drama of human identity. He often talks on magic and curiosity of technology and the entanglements that it has with the human body. And his experience in both dance, choreography, and computer science are driving his artistic practice. So very happy to have you all here. I would like to start with the presentation of Refik. Refik, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much again. So great to be together with Caroline, Mia, together here. Thank you. I'm sharing my screen quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's working. Hopefully. Can you see my screen? All good?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sorry. That's a little late. Right. Again, so great to be here in NODE again. I think, oh wow, I don't know how many nodes I joined so far, but always great to be here, especially in these unique days. I'm a media artist. I'm currently working and practicing in my studio in Los Angeles, and also teaching at University of California, where I got my second MFA degree in design media arts. But I would like to just normally go like longer than that, but I think that very quickly I try to like connect why machine intelligence made a big impact in my practice. And I think to explain that just quickly, I'm originally from Istanbul, Turkey, and this has a huge impact in my life, and especially the undesigned universe of multiple cultures that you cannot always do things you are imagining, but you have to fit your imagination into the built environments, that kind of feeling. But heavily inspired by a very cliche, maybe, but a science fiction movie, and always imagining the near future of our cities and our future as humanity, and also very inspired by very early years. Like I was, I think, 8 years old. This summer, I got my first Commodore 128, a heavy gamer for many years, and just very inspired by the idea there's a space in the mind of a machine. The idea of like a machine can be a collaborator was the very early days of like, I think, childish imagination. But my photographic experience with the like time and space, the idea of like melting time and space by a technology that also allows us like narrate our memories, was my very early steps of understanding narrating time and space. But in Berlin 2008, I met Lemanovic in his amazing lecture, and he was saying something very inspiring, which I think today as a studio we are practicing, literally collaborating with architects and as an artist and designers and people imagining together to create this invisible world of data in any scale. But I think my first iterations of understanding reality was a very maybe fundamentally questioning what is real. And what is exactly, and also if it's in a painting context or sculpture context, how can we actually narrate this invisible world of imagination from many, many centuries? My first encounter with VV was also this project that started my journey, I think, that quickly just want to highlight, Quadrature in 2008 and 2009 in Istanbul. And since then, the VVV is in my practice, I think, pretty much every single day in many projects. Many things happen around this context and the idea of can a building become a canvas? Can we use data as a material? Can we speculate a world that's beyond just we perceive? Can architecture become a material that is beyond just glass, steel, and concrete? Are we stuck in this gravity? Are we stuck in this physics of life and nature that architecture cannot become just a beautiful function of, sheltering us from Mother Nature? Can it just become something else? Can it have a cognitive consciousness? Can it become an entity that can remember, learn, and even dream? These are very childish imaginations of this, built environments. But today I'm a little bit jump into the projects that are, I think, more important, that may be very give a context. So 2011 was my very first attempt to understand what happens if data can become a surface, an iterative a 3D space, which was a project in Istanbul for Istanbul Biennale. And back in then that I understand that actually the data can also become a space, heavily inspired by Berlin Noise, made a very simple start of it, memorizing 49 lines of code, and then start this imagining what will happen if an algorithm and data becomes in this canvas. 2011, this obsession with frames started, and then I couldn't do it in the building. It was too heavy to do. But I think in general, what was really inspiring
Refik,
is how
one moment,
technology
I'm sorry to interrupt
and
you.
transforming
Refik.
us, our DNA gene, and our understanding of context of control in the mechanisms, systems, and the hardwares and softwares are constantly transforming who we are. And of course, sense of displacement is one of my really, really heavy, impactful topic in my practice. And I think John Mayer is one of I think wonderful mindset clearly stated design is a solution to a problem, art is a question to a problem. And I found the most inspiring question from my practice is very commonly and very heavily hard, but what does it really mean to be a human in the 21st century? So to really understand this, I think Kierkegaard is really giving a great context. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. So this is, I think, a kind of a frame of understanding data in life, because I don't think that I will be here working with AI if the data was not my primary tool, if the data was not contextually in my hands. And then I think what happened was 2014 and 15, after a project at Disney Hall, truly changed, I think, my trajectory of imagination, because the idea of embedding media arts into architecture started to happen in a much grander scale. And a collaboration with SF and LA Philharmonic and Frank Gehry was we were able to create this massive, grandiose project. But what's really inspiring is architecture actually can be really transformed into something else when there is this purposeful and impactful connection. Just quickly to say that because Frank Gehry's amazing support, we opened the studio 2014, and now 6 years, I'm on the shoulders of wonderful minds. I'm not alone, not a one-man show. We are working as a team of permanent minds, 12 people, 12 language. We can speak 12 language, a median age 25, and pretty equally distributed ages and sex, and try to become as equal as possible, and working with giants in the world to create art. But I think what really changed the trajectory of imagination is, I want to just jump to the project that I think today is a more important one. 2016, after many projects happened back to each other with data, Google opened this AMI program, and Karen McDowell was back in time. And I was able to work as an artist working with AI. And 2016, Blaise Agore-Arcas was also running the team, and he was an obvious iteration of AI will transform every single art form. And I was very inspired by the idea of using our consciousness as a model and speculate this challenging idea of if you take information into your knowledge and then transform it into your wisdom, can a machine exactly do that and create a thinking brush? And I think it was a very, funny things when you work with Google, because Google means, there's some really interesting projects we all know that are not exactly what happened when they dream and what happened when it happened. I mean, when in reality, what happened. So I think the danger of like using AI and creating a new piece from scratch in collaboration with Google was my really big heart attack. Like, is it really, will it really work? Like, will it really become this kind of a problem, or will it be something useful for humanity, for the practice? And as we all know very well, that the systems that have been built around us, the hardware and software, is constantly like tracking who we are. Free will is in the context of like discussion. Quantum computation is like almost here. Life is very quickly changing in over the last 4 years. But very deeply to Mike Tega, who was my liaison at Google, we worked like almost 1 year. So 2016, I started working with him and with my team. We learned a lot about what is AI and how can we use it. And Archive Dreaming was one of our first projects inspired by the Library of Babel, the idea of like a machine learns in front of a human inside of a library on an open source data, and an AI can give a context to this universe. So I obsessed with like 4 algorithms specifically back in time, specifically image recognition algorithms, like how they are actually extremely biased, things of, you know, finding meaning in this big certain clusters of like corpus of information. But the beautiful thing, the machine can construct this reality into this, you know, inspiring forms. And this project became, I think, for us, a grounding card to understanding how AI can be used to create a performative piece, but also functional. So inspiring is right after that, I think that really changed the trajectory of imagination. So we can use AI and we can create a piece that even we started using DCGAN algorithm in 2016, that an AI can look at the 1.7 million documents of every single artifact, documents, and reconstruct them. And then like also the memories, right? Humans, as he has, like our most precious information in our minds, before the like, before Elon Musk were like a $27 million only startup can take over whatever. But we were really like very inspired the idea of like taking our memories as an input as well. So AI was always in the practice of our studio. And as you see here in before is also in charge of like finding patterns of the moment of remembering. We were able to like cluster this information, even plot that data in the form of like data sculptures and data paintings. So AI really transformed the idea of like how can we use data beyond its context, and how can we narrate the data beyond just like, you know, predictable bunch of numbers or bunch of like things. And especially last 3 years, NVIDIA is one of our collectors and CEO of the company, and also the team at NVIDIA was really like enjoys, I think, the trajectory of our studio, and they start like support us. So I think this is some advantage going on here, of course, because the power of computation requires power of GPU, and also like rights of using the algorithms. So as a studio, we start using PGGAN, StyleGAN, WhatStyleGAN 2, and then really look at the idea of a machine hallucination. So last 4 years, 2016, September to like now, I think we are constantly understanding what will happen if a machine can learn, can it dream. Of course, it's a hallucination. I don't think it's like a human context, but I think what very helpful for us to understand, when machine learns this information, it stores in a latent space, which is the n-dimensional environment where pretty much you don't know what exactly going on unless you have a certain tool to narrate and navigate. So we invented a kind of approach to this universe by plotting time to lateral dimension in 3 dimensions and reconstruct this universe bunch of samples. And you are cutting slits through latent space by help of like a super simple joystick, which I am calling it latent cinema. I think what was really inspiring here is if you know what AI learned, actually you can narrate it. And if you know how it just moves, and you can actually have created truly imagination dialogue between the machine. Like imagine you have a one latent space location represents the ceiling of Renaissance architecture. The other one is like, let's say, the windows, and in between, which is an n-dimensional like journey of a machine, is what machine can give us back. So this kind of collaboration is really inspiring, and we apply this model to like machines such as MRO, ISS, Hubble, and many others to understand how can data become a pigment, but truly become a pigment by the eyes of like a thinking brush. So this is, I think, our practice every day, and is applying to many different scales, like New York, Seoul, Berlin, Stockholm, and also applying multiple dimensions. And I think what was really inspiring also last November, we had a piece in Kraftwerk Berlin where we were able to speculate what will happen a building can synesthetically imagine. And that was our, I think, one of the last challenges of tracking also the human beings in the scene and plot the people's location and turn them into a latent space, which is we call it latent being. That was also interesting research, also in collaboration with many, many wonderful partners, which I think you are well welcome to join our workshop to learn our collaborators, incredible minds behind it. Again, it's not a one-man show. We are a a lot of people thinking and working together. But to just say that the AI has an incredible potential of narrative, and I think it's not just, speculating a fancification of a strong technology, but it's really can allow us to go beyond what is doable, especially in media arts. And I think if we are purposeful, such as we are doing our best to be almost carbon free in our every single training, really we were able to speculate ideas that I think almost realistically can be done. So the last project to show maybe quickly, DC Dreams, a project happened in Los Angeles 2 years ago. We were also able to collaborate with Frank Gehry and LA Philharmonic to celebrate their 100 years. And we asked the question, can a building learn? Can it dream? And because if it can learn, technically can it dream? And maybe we can speculate this idea by using the model of Frank Gehry's Disney Hall and transcode it into a living architecture. So we took every single data point from the 100 years of symphony and transcode the building into the living scheme. So we have many studies and practice like this over the last 6 years. And I'm very happy to say that I think AI is, when purposefully used, has a massive impact in the creativity. And I do not believe that I just understand what's happening. And if the tools are becoming more available and accessible, and I think for me what is very important is how can we use collective memories to create collective impact on our collective will. So detaching ego from data, I think, and if the AI can be in between, we have some really unique opportunities here. And especially when media arts, AI, architecture, and neuroscience comes together, one of my heroes, Frank Gehry, you see his face that even though the tools were not available for him back in time, maybe 20 years ago, when you see his face that the gap between the imagination for humanity can be also enhanced with this ideation. So, and most importantly, to get together the reality for our near future, AI can also be the tool, I guess, to solve many problems that can be helpful when we detach our ego from our data. Thank you very much for listening and happy to be a part of this panel today.
Thank you so much, Refik, for this very inspiring talk and for showing us all those possibilities in constructing narratives that are engaging and visible on a wider scale for citizen participation and also for tackling political problems and showing ways into the future. I would like to transition from your talk to Caroline's presentation. Caroline, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. Give me 1 second. Great. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I may be giving a talk that is slightly different to Rafik's in a way, but probably on the other side, a little less hopeful and a little more, maybe focused on the harms of AI and sort of what we're seeing out in the world. Sorry, give me 1 sec. I can't find my mouse. So I guess I don't need it now. But hi, I'm Caroline Cinders. I'm an artist and researcher interested in processes, human rights, and systems. And so as a designer and a creator, I'm interested in using art and design as ways to critique the world around me. Feminist Dataset is a critical design project that uses intersectional feminism as a framework for investigating the machine learning pipeline from start to finish. And that includes data collection, data training, data labeling, neural networks, and new forms of user interface to sort of create this projected creation of a feminist intelligence system. Feminist Dataset as a project operates in a similar vein to Thomas Thwaites' Toaster Project, a critical design project in which Thwaites builds a commercial toaster from scratch, from melting iron ore to building circuits and creating a new plastic body mold. In essence, his project was looking at the commodification of the everyday toaster and all the different kinds of materials it required. He wanted to elevate this sort of very common, very mundane thing that existed in everyday life. And within that sort of spirit, that's how I'm approaching looking at machine learning, thinking of it as a sort of common infrastructure, because it is in reality all around us. Feminist Dataset takes a critical and artistic view of software, particularly machine learning, asking what does it mean to thoughtfully make with machine learning, to carefully consider every angle of iterating, making, and designing. Every step of the process needs to be examined and every step needs to actually work. Actually, hold on one sec. I'm gonna try to stop screen sharing and restart just because I do actually need to see my, my mouse. Give me 1 second again. Sorry, everyone. Great, and let me know if you see it now.
Yes, yes, that's
Great.
visible.
So within feminist data set, we should also talk about the political theory that's guiding it, which is intersectional feminism. Intersectionality, also called intersectional feminism, is a branch of feminism asserting that all aspects of social and political identities, gender, race, sexuality, disability, etc., discriminate and overlap or intersect. For example, race with gender in the case of a Black woman. The word itself was first used by scholar and civil rights advocate Professor Kimberly Crenshaw in 1989. While still a student studying to be a lawyer, she saw that gender and race were looked at as completely separate issues. To Crenshaw, studying them in isolation made no sense. She saw that women of color, for example, were doubly discriminated against as being both women and women of color, particularly in the law. While getting her law degree, she looked at this case from 1977, the case of DeGraff and Reed versus General Motors. And this is where Kimberly Crenshaw used this case to illustrate intersectionality. So what happened in this case was that 5 African-American women sued the car manufacturer General Motors for both racial and gender discrimination in one case. So they were arguing for racial and gender discrimination combined. But the courts found that the women weren't discriminated against when it came to jobs as secretaries because of the fact that GM, General Motors, employed African-American factory workers. And they used this as a way to disprove racial discrimination. However, the ruling ignored the fact that the majority of secretaries were white women and that factory workers were all men. So the women lost. So how does this relate to data? It's important to analyze when looking at and trying to critique artificial intelligence, when we talk about bias, what that means actually in a very practical sense. And in this case, feminist data set uses text. So what is intersectionality in terms of text? What does it mean? For this case, or rather for the project feminist data set, if we look at the history of feminism, it means that certain books can't be included. So a lot of first wave feminist books that really center cisgender women cannot be included because this is a trans-aware and trans-inclusive data set, meaning TERFs need not apply. But even more importantly, the project, through workshops, actually starts to unpack, well, what is intersectional data? So I'll give you an example. Oftentimes people submit articles or blog posts that don't actually have to be about feminism, but can be written in a way that is sort of referencing feminism. For example, an article about wage inequality may not mention the word feminist, but could be included in the data set. However, an article that's submitted that presents women as a monolith by saying, well, women are paid 20 cents less than men would not be intersectionally feminist. An intersectionally feminist article on wage inequality would highlight that Black women are paid less than white women and that Asian women and Indigenous women are all paid varying amounts. So an intersectionally feminist article, which we're using as data, would highlight all of these differences. And so the conversations end up being around what is intersectional feminism in practice and then in reality, and how is that reflected in the structure of the written word? And that is what becomes the data. The beginning of this project was and still continues to be extremely collaborative, and it's community driven. So I hold these workshops as a way to create data and create the data set, really inspired by open source projects because it minimizes and really sort of lessens the role of like the hierarchical creator and actually allows for something to be community driven and community created. What's interesting is in the project, I have to create and define parameters around feminism. I have to create context for the data. And it leads to these sort of really interesting and thought-provoking conversations around, well, what is intersectionality reflected and refracted into code? Is it about the words that are grouped together or trained? Is it the responses? Is it our feeling? A lot of it is the structure of the manifestation and then the context of where something is existing. So what you see here is an example from our first workshop, where with participants, we were playing around with what collective training could look like. This was purely speculative through a Google Doc, but it was interesting still because this took about a few hours to really determine, because we also had to collect all of the different labels that we wanted reflected into the different kinds of data that had been submitted. And I Want a Dyke for President by Zoe Leonard from 1992 was one of the submitted pieces. Feminist Dataset is inspired by the work of the Maker Movement, Critical Design, Arte Utile, the Critical Engineering Manifesto, Xenofeminism, and the Feminist Principles of the Internet. What's important to keep in mind with this project is while it's one project, it's actually an umbrella project that will have like 5 to 7 mini projects within it. And it's a multi-year project designed to sort of slowly look at bias inside of data and machine learning. We can think of this as almost a farm to server table style of project. The Feminist Dataset imagines data creation as well as data sets and archiving as an act of protest. In a time where so much personal data is caught and hidden by large tech companies and then used for targeted advertising and algorithmic suggestions, this project asks, what does it mean to make a data set about a political ideology, and one that could potentially be used for protest? How can data sets come from creative spaces? How can they be communal acts and works? And what are the possibilities of a data set about a community that is made by the community? It can be a self-portrait, it can be protest, it can be a demand to be seen, it can be an intervention or a confrontation. It can be incredibly political. What about how a system then interprets data? What if the systems were also open to critique as well as community input? And this is the ethos behind Feminist Dataset. Feminist Principles of the Internet, as well as theories like cyborg feminism and xenofeminism, calls for change in technology and how technology functions, as well as a change of leadership and ownership for that technology. The Manifesto of Feminist Principles of the Internet demands a redefinition and repurposing of technology and open source. They write, women and queer persons have the right to code, design, and adapt, and critically and sustainably use ICTs and reclaim technology as a platform for creativity and expression, as well as to challenge the cultures of sexism and discrimination in all of those spaces, end quote. Within this document, Feminist Principles of the Internet then define agency as a necessary form of empowerment. They write, we need to call on the need to build an ethics and politics of consent into the culture, design, policies, and terms of service of Internet platforms. Women's agency lies in their ability to make informed decisions on what aspects of their public or private lives to share online, end quote. Feminist Dataset exists within those realms of both technology and agency as a critique on current machine learning infrastructure and practices, as well as a technical framework, critical methodology, and practice-based artwork attempting to address these issues. This kind of re-examining of what software can do and should do is similar to the creation of critical design, the design that addresses limitations of product design. Critical design as a term was coined in 1997 by Anthony Doon, and it comes from a practice he developed with Fiona Raby when they were research fellows at the Royal College of Art. Critical design as a practice is, as they write, one that among a growing number of approaches that aim to prevent and define interrogation, discursive and experimental approaches in a design practice and research. Critical design demands that design stop existing in terms of capitalist production, which is a function of product design, and push design towards self-examination and cultural critique. Dood and Raby highlight that by acknowledging that design processions need to mature and find ways of operating outside the tight constraints of servicing industry. At its worst, product design simply reinforces capitalist values. Design needs to be seen for what it is, just one possibility, and develop alternative roles for itself. It needs to establish an intellectual stance on its own, or the design profession is destined to lose all intellectual credibility and simply be viewed as an agent of capitalism, end quote. By redefining how product design can be treated, critical design also creates new ways for an audience to engage with design and understand all different facets of design in their daily lives. Feminist dataset is inspired by this critical lens, taking aspects of the critical design movement and applying it to machine learning. This is an example of the project being installed at the Victoria and Albert Museum. So creating artifacts out of the dataset. This is a snapshot of our manifesto. Just because we're running low on time, I won't read it. But Feminist dataset does move beyond just data collection. We're in the second phase now. Feminist dataset is looking at what are intersectional ways to train data to label it. I'm now looking at the labor behind AI because every point of the AI process must be analyzed within this project. So building off of that, it's important to highlight that human hands and human decisions make AI happen. It's not magic, but it's mechanical both in the ways that humans can be mechanized and mechanical, and then as a process. What you're looking at is a photo taken by Yang Sung for the New York Times. It's workers at the headquarters of Ruzhen Technology in Jianshin in central China's Henan province. They are identifying objects and images to help artificial intelligence make sense of the world. What they're doing is paid labor, similar to Mechanical Turk, to train AI systems. This is a new kind of systematized factory job, but generally in the world, it would fall under the gig economy. There's this persistent myth about AI systems that power our social networks and video platforms and online shopping sites, that AI is exclusively built, trained, and maintained by highly engineers, but this is not true. While companies like Amazon and Facebook do rely on highly paid computer scientists, they also rely on a sprawling workforce that internet users don't necessarily hear about. Around the world, many thousands of gig workers label data and train algorithms that power consumer technology. And these gig workers are rarely paid a fair wage or provided with basic benefits. What you're looking at is a project called TRK, or Technically Responsible Knowledge, which is a part of the Feminist dataset. TRK is an open source project that examines wage inequality and creates open source alternatives to data labeling and training for AI. And as a part of the Feminist dataset project, it's focused on data labeling and the systemic issues around labor and visibility and the creation of maintaining data structures and training data algorithmic models. TRK was funded by the Mozilla Foundation and was created with help with Cade Diem, Ian Arnaud-Fuma, and Rainbow Unicorn. Over 2019, I interviewed research labs, artists, and startups who use Mechanical Turk-style services and microservice platforms across Crowdflower, Fiverr, Mechanical Turk, and Mechanical Turk. I even became a Mechanical Turker myself for a few weeks. So TRK is this alternative open source tool for dataset training and labeling, which is this really time-consuming but integral aspect of machine learning that must be completed in part by a human. So just structuring and cleaning the dataset, for example. The tool offers a wage calculator that helps visualize a livable wage to those that will then be responsible for completing the tasks. And I view the wage calculator itself as a provocation. It only works for one location. As an artist who uses AI as a material to explore and make art, as well as a researcher looking at AI's harms through the lens of human rights, I was struck by how many startups, research labs, and artists use Mechanical Turk-style platforms without necessarily any thought given deeply to the payment structure determined for workers on that network. Mechanical Turk and similar platforms have had well-documented cases of horrendous worker-related issues, such as severely underpaid contracts. In many instances, even if a lab or individual is trying to price equitably, the interfaces of Mechanical Turk work against it. If the machine learning pipeline is death by 1,000 cuts, then I think of TRK as one Band-Aid for one small cut. The project doesn't propose a solution for all issues related to machine learning, or even a major one for Amazon's Mechanical Turk. So many issues related to machine learning are issues of deeper, more ingrained societal inequity, which can only be addressed through large shifts and restructuring in society or legislation. But within that, as a designer, artist, and researcher, I try to look at what kinds of research can help alleviate or expose those issues. TRK focuses how through pricing structures, platform incentives, and the invisible nature of gig work, clients underprice, undervalue, and fundamentally misunderstand how tasks are handled in human and a service platforms. Part of the design thinking behind TRK is to examine inequity and transparency within interfaces of tools and what kinds of problems tool design, UX, and UI create in technology. Inspired by data sheets for datasets white paper, the TRK injects plain text information into the dataset with information that includes a description of what the dataset is, when it was made and who made it. UX or user experience is a utilitarian intelligent, focusing on architectural layouts, usability, and user flows. But design has a politics to it. It can suppress or uplift content. Design, much like technology, isn't neutral. As an artist, I use design as a material to confront and comment on the slickness and inequity of for-profit technologies. And I'll try to wrap up really quickly. But as an artist, I think it's important for us to look at the tools we use and not just the outcomes, especially when it comes to AI. It's not just the data set, but it's everything we're using building up to what we're making when it comes to looking at AI and its harms in the world. It's hard for me to be wildly optimistic, though I have some. But I think thoughtfulness in terms of making is really important, especially as we critique the different kinds of platforms we exist in, even platforms outside of AI, for example. So how we exist on social networks. It's something that's interesting. I'm an American that is now based in Berlin, and I've noticed culturally how the US relates to design as an artistic medium versus Europe. And design is not necessarily viewed as an artistic practice in the United States. But as a designer and artist, I use design as a tool, and I view design as this necessary tool to remake how I want to interact, not only just with the internet, but with the world. And so I'm encouraged to reflect back on critical design, the methodology of removing capitalism from the structure of design. Design can be a tool, much like technology, and much like art, to create small political acts of resistance and change. What kind of design can we make when we stop viewing it through a Western Silicon Valley neoliberal and capitalist lens? We've seen code and art made without the constraints of capitalism, and it's time for design to do that. Critical design, social justice, and design justice are needed now more than ever for tool making, for design to confront how it's perpetuated white supremacy and changes relationships to power. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I think this was a very interesting presentation on showing also the human in the loop and the data practices and how feminist principles should be applied to design and art making using those data sets. I would like now to leave the floor to our next guest, Amio.
Thank you. So for my work, I'm a computer scientist, and I started to code in 1992 when my mother taught me, because she thought it might be important in my life to structure my life. And for her, the idea of the algorithm was the idea of structuring thoughts. And that was not necessarily what caught my interest. What I really enjoyed was video games. And what I enjoyed was that I can code and articulate things into this dead machine. And the thing that comes out looks like life. So that is very weird, as only humans and nature might surprise me. But dead objects like a computer rarely surprise me. And all of a sudden they did. They showed me colors and animations and little computer characters that I could interact with. And for me, that was the basic idea of, on the one hand, magic, and on the other hand, of travesty. The travesty of one thing, whoop, all of a sudden becomes something different. I know this is a dead box, and we put some electricity in there, and all of a sudden, whoop, there's something appearing that looks to me like life. And that was, for me, always sensational. And on the other hand, besides machine becoming alive, I always studied the opposite, which is basically humans becoming dead objects. They become robots all of a sudden, and that is for me the same travesty, just a different direction, but it promises the same magic of something changing its nature. Today I run a studio called Waltz Binaire, which basically means dance with code, and we do work for institutions and in the industries, and we create cutting-edge projects within the realm of visual communication based upon creative coding and artificial intelligence. And I would really urge you to check out our portfolio and the projects we are working on. But maybe in order to discuss with you, and I saw so many nice works already today, I would like to show more, showcase and share the work from my personal background. Not what I do, but maybe why I do it, and so we can maybe relate. What really fascinates me since a while is the idea of authorship and what is the origin of any artistic sensation. So if you look at this valley here in China on the left, and on the other hand, an image by Francis Bacon, I do believe that in a formalistic way, it's quite hard to determine actually what's the difference. Imagine you're a computer and you look at those two images. They basically look quite similar in their organic structure. However, we would consider one a sensation of nature and the other one the idea of artistic expression. And I do believe that is not necessarily because one was created by humans and the other one by nature, but because one was born within an intention. The intention that forced this image and that forced the torn apart Francis Bacon to paint what he had to paint. Now, this is also observable in this piece right here. On the left hand, we see nature as the artist creating beautiful pebbles of stone. And on the right side, we see Alicia Quade and the Lange Foundation, which is a beautiful artwork. But at the same time, for a computer, imagine you look at it from a very abstract point of view. It's kind of hard to tell what's the art here and who is the artist. We as humans made up that decision that we want, actually, the artist. And the underlying intention of that artist that feels forced to create this artwork. And only if this is connected, we respect it as an artwork. Now, what always fascinated me is to actually question the authorship of this artist and say, what if that would be made by a machine? We would basically kill all kind of intention and all kind of human birth within the artwork, and then we still stand in front of the creation. So what do we witness now? Would that now mean that it's still an artwork, or would it then become nature, as a computer is basically just an assembled ton of elements that we found in nature that we put together, and all of a sudden they create what? Is it then an artwork, or again, nature? Now, for my personal background, I remember that I also some kind of worked in that field as a dancer. So as a dancer, you basically have an intention, and you carry this intention within you. And once you make that decision to move in space, you become an object in space, an artifact. Again, we have the same sensation. There's the birth of an intent, and after this we see the sculpture, the moving sculpture, we see the dance in space. We have, again, the same connection. Now, the first time when I started to question this was actually when I did, and that killed the dramaturgy, when I did this dance in, I don't know, the beginning of 2000s, it's basically a 90-degree dance called tutting. I basically saw that when you move your hands always in 90 degrees, that this is pretty much doesn't really feel like expression. It feels like I just go through a matrix of possibilities. So I thought I might be able to code something and maybe see if that would create, again, the sensations of dance. And that was my first kind of moment where art and computer science for me merged. So basically, as a dancer, I was all of a sudden standing in front of an artificial dancer that moved, but I knew that there was, again, no intention in this dead box. But yet again, I saw the artifact. Then later on, I had the chance to become a choreographer and created pieces. And as soon as I started to choreograph a little and create pieces, I thought maybe I could build a little algorithm that also tells dancers how to move, instead of me telling them how to move. Could I create a digital authority that would basically replace me? And what would this then be? So then still an artwork. And I continued with this, of course, as a dancer, creating a lot of digital spaces and digital objects for clients and independent projects. And then, again, I did the same. I tried to synthesize my own decisions by saying, well, what if I could build a machine that could create objects in space just like me, but somehow without me? Would this then still be an object that is somehow traced back and related to me? And how do we deal with this emptiness of authority? Now, and once I knew that I was able to create this one sculpture, I thought, well, dancing is just a sequence of sculptures in space. I could basically create an entity that basically is not at all anymore coded like my first examples, but completely driven by data moving itself in space. The most independent dance network I ever created in the last 30 years. I have never seen something so dead in its origin and yet moving somehow in space. And it's called Blackberry Winter, and was a very important project for us at the studio. And then I, of course, have to come back to this question. Is it now a piece that was truly generated by the machine? And for me now, after all these years, it's really hard to tell if I really got any closer to the answer. I'm not sure if, as an artist, it's really also my task to have an answer. But it made me question all those authorities of digital entities, of my authority, what's the value of the artwork. And before I even could start to think about myself, I thought, let's synthesize this too and create a machine that thinks about itself. So I then built the Narciss, and which is somehow so super related to me for the simple reason that I have been a robot dancer standing in front of the mirror most of my life, thinking about myself, how I move. And then I made a robot that stands in front of the mirror and thinks about who he is. Now, that's his opinion. His name is Narciss, and sometimes he thinks he's a toaster. Now, the idea is, what I think I can take away from this is that with all my energy that I have invested over all those years into coding, it became a simple microscope right in front of a mirror. The only thing that we can find in those machines might be ourselves and the continuous ongoing research in what makes us move, dance, create, and maybe gives us a reason to continue to explore. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mio. This is very interesting to see how you're applying the choreographic principles to working with artificial intelligence. And basically, it becomes a dance with a machine or a reflection of humanity, like in the mirror of this kind of digital, in this digital mirror. I think it's very, very interesting. Thank you so much. Refik, you were mentioning that you are using data as a pigment to paint on the canvases of the buildings and to reach wider audiences. I was wondering, as an artist, how do you choose this pigment to work with, and if there are particular narratives and stories that you want to capture, like in these pigments, in these data sets, that you are then, as an artist, incorporating into a wider narratives? And how do you become, like in this context, probably entangled in a dance of co-creation, not only with artificial intelligence itself, but also with the people who produced this data, or like with the people who generated those data sets?
It's a very meaningful question. By the way, it's so great to be here again. Like such a wonderful, unique perspectives of this, and together. So really so happy to be here. I think the most inspiring part that I think while finding the pigmentation of an idea or a feeling or an emotion or an event or a memory in time. So first of all, how I read data is not just a bunch of numbers. In my capacity of imagination, I feel like data is a memory. And data is a memory of a machine, memory of a society, memory of a decision, memory of events in nature. So when we think about that, and again, when I speculate data pigmentation for AI, I do not think that there is a observer of like a human in the game. I feel like a machine takes this protocol of like gathering information, turn into knowledge, and eventually the wisdom stage, which is, I think, a collection of the human. So how do I explain this much better? Imagine nature, right? Nature that is pretty much, I hope, belongs to anyone, any age and any background in the world. So, but with AI, I mean, if 21st century, a machine can type nature in any existing social network, available things that can gather back this information, I start with this ideation of like what nature means 21st century. So I think what we do as a team is a little bit more ambitious. I think especially to speculate a topic, a context, a discourse of a memory, I don't think that it will be easy, like a couple of million images. To really bring diversity, we try to go as deep as possible, which is clearly hacking the systems very openly. And the bad news, everyone can do that. The good news, luckily we do art with that. So, and the second step, when we have this information, the question is like, can we detach ego from this information? Like, can we detach personal moments? And can we just purely leave the clouds? the trees, the landscapes, the water, the things that doesn't belong to one person, but belongs to many people's different time and space experiences. And then distill this information into the neural network, mostly unsupervised. So I know it's not the best way of explaining this, but I think just try to say that how to detach ego from the data, and then how to let AI to be sure that at least in some certain capacity, the data that it's learning is at least, fundamentally something that doesn't belong to one person, one thing. And then I think it creates a totality of experience. So I am focused on 3 chapters: urban, space, urban meaning like cities. I think they are living entities, and I think they are more important than countries. And the future is not about countries, about cities most likely. And second, nature. I think where we belong, where we come from, hopefully where we go back, or who knows. And the last is space. I'm heavily inspired by, while finding data narratives, specifically focused on Hubble, MRO, ISS. There's really inspiring topics. And lastly, never inspired by personal data, but the idea of a simulation, like a machine memories, let's call it, like a radar activities of a water surface, or even a poetic data from a wind sensor that give us the wind gust, speed, temperature, or even a simple invisible signals inside a building that Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, or 5G or LTE. Very, I know, very diverse gamut of imagination, but they all compile in while finding the pigmentation process.
And talking about memories, in one of your projects, recent projects, Melting Memories, you are basing also your artistic inquiry based on also a autobiographical incentive, desire to explore more this idea of memory. And so, yeah, I was wondering about this kind of artistic process, where it originates and how do you usually create new work?
Unfortunately, the idea came on a tragic day, 2017, when I visited my uncle back in Istanbul. He forgot where I'm coming from. Basically, I was coming from Los Angeles, and my family was hiding his stage 1, stage 2 process in Alzheimer's. And that day was very, very heavy in my life. Technically, physically, biologically, chemically, memories are going away by protein folding or some combination of chemical reaction in our cognitive system. Memories may gone, and that was a very hit in my emotions, I guess. And then when I look at the research, I couldn't find truly any solution. We are talking about computation, incredible amount of CERN experiments. We talk about quantum computing. We talk about machines beating humans, but memories are gone. So that was this very weird feeling that we are all talking about proud things that humanity is doing, but at the meantime, we don't hold on our memories. So it was a very hit, I think, very, very inner hit. And then thanks to UCSF, Professor Adam Gazzaley, he was a wonderful professor, and he was curing depression by games. He's creating immersive environments and tests on the cognitive problems of humans. And he said, I asked him hey, Adam, can we see the moment of remembering, the moment of just celebrating that as humans? Do we have a common pattern of remembering? And said, of course, yes, it's called an engram. There's if you have enough data sets, and even AI can help you to find the common patterns, and you can symbolize it as as a meaning of remembering. So that was a research that took almost, I think, 14, 15 months. So at the end, it's maybe noise algorithm. At the end, it's just particles. If you're on the surface level, you won't see that what's going on. But if you're deep enough, which I think media arts have the same awesome beauty. You know that specific 4 milliseconds moment in the human brain represents 4 minutes of experience of a moment of remembering. What I learned is also in the research is there's an enormous research going on in the research of dementia and Alzheimer's, but still there's not too many findings that is truly curing this. So it was just very, I think, humanity's, I think, hopefully most important task. And what I also want to say that I don't see that data again as a data. Our likes, comments, shares are, memories, right? But I don't think we are anymore in this sense of paper pen mindset, right? We don't share our memories in getting together with families, and traditional memory sharing is also changing. The machines are recording who we are, and they don't forget. But we as humans can forget, and that's a very funny nuance that I have no idea how can this be used to remember and eventually learn better.
I think, thank you so much, Refik. I think you and Mio, you are exploring common themes of extending humanity, or like projecting the humanity in us and reflecting it back through the medium of machines, like how to become maybe better humans, understand more about ourselves through our reflection in this technological mirror. I was also wondering about your source of inspiration. How do you gather your data? What data inspire you, and how you research more? What do you learn more about choreography from working with artificial intelligence?
Yes, yeah, I do believe that it's closely related, as a lot of the sensations that also Refik is aiming for when speaking about memories, that he leads to an abstraction that actually is going away from machines, that is actually coming back to human sensations and his personal experiences. And I can completely relate to this as me. For myself, I also never found anything else in there. But when it comes to the differences in what I discovered in, let's say, the digital choreography from human choreography, is that very often the things, and that might be also related, that we appreciate in society is not necessarily the thing that is super difficult for a machine. And the things that we don't appreciate in society might be completely unimaginable for a machine right now. And that is super interesting. I remember when I did this first little robot that makes random decisions about how to move. Actually, everything was quite straightforward. All those things that I have practiced for years is actually a very simple code. But while trying to create this random decisions for every joint, I found out that the shoulder took me, like the whole project was like 4 months of code, but the shoulder was 3 months. The shoulder is not like the elbow, it's not like the knee. And that completely switched the way how I see the body from then on, but not necessarily the machine. And I had this same with the same things with choreography. If you have, let's say, meaningless, spectacular movements, that is super easy to do for a machine, quite much better than any human. However, to create a scenographic dramaturgy, right at the grayscale that is not too much and not too little, too boring and at the right U-shape of interest, where the things get too abstract and you lose everyone, and too concrete so everyone thinks it's flat, but exactly at the point to trigger among us the core interest is completely unimaginable. But it's not necessarily, again, what we appreciate in society, but from a computer science perspective, it's a complete magical sensation that you only discover once you try to code it. Yeah.
Very interesting. Caroline, your mission statement is, in relation to this, AI isn't artificial, but human. And revealing the human in the loop is important and even political. I was wondering, what strategies do you have to propose in order to make artistic practice a practice of empowerment, of including the people in the loop, the human in the loop, in the creative process, and emphasizing their role in the co-creation process?
Sure, and thank you for that question. I often try to think of like context, and so I think it's always good to look at an example of like art out in the world that does that. And I think when it comes to sort of exposing human in the loop in terms of an artistic practice, it's always important to sort of step back and look at, well, you know, what is the project itself trying to say or trying to do? And how do you sort of reveal the deeper structures of what you're playing with? Is that your intention? So this isn't to say that like every AI art project should necessarily do that. You know, I don't necessarily know how that would change projects we currently see sort of out in the world. But I think that there are some really beautiful projects that sort of focus on labor and process and scale and size. I think Anna Riddler's work is really evocative of that. When you look at Mosaic Tulips and Mosaic Virus, you get a sense of the bigness of what she's sort of dealing with. And that was a very intentional choice that Anna had. in terms of creating that project, right? Or I think of Brett Wallace's work. He looks specifically at labor and gig workers and looks at Amazon really heavily in particular. So I think it really just depends. With feminist data set, it would have been impossible to not look at these sort of tool choices. And when I first started the project, I thought that I would collect feminist data and then I would just sort of make a chat bot and then that would be it. And then I realized through the process of actually like thinking about, you know, just like investigating more deeply what I wanted the project to be, that was a non-feminist use of technology, that if I was going to be focusing on the data set, but not focusing on the politics of, you know, eventually any kind of algorithmic system that I'll use. So will I use something that's already sort of wrapped in a web API and ready to go? What are the drawbacks to that, for example? Like that has to be analyzed in the project, or the project itself is not actually an intersectional feminist AI project, right? And that's kind of the corner and the constraint I've backed myself into, but that, you know, constraint was intentional and a choice. And I think pedagogically, that's where looking at the Toaster project is helpful as a metaphor for people to understand. Like I'm not necessarily concerned with having the most clean model of data. If I was, I would pick a specific kind of structure of text, right? Because a book is structured differently than an essay, that's structured differently from a poem, that's structured differently from a blog post. And so my AI model is already going to be very, I hope, beautifully broken, but it's going to be very strange. It's going to be extra, you know, extra AI in a way, because the data itself is not consistent. But that is, again, an artistic choice I'm willing to sort of make. But, you know, so I can only really speak to this project. I have another project that I've been working on that I'm hoping to show in the next year or two that is inspired by Hurricane Katrina. I'm from New Orleans. My whole family is from the Gulf Coast, and I've been photographing my family since before Katrina, since 2005. And so I have this data set of images of an emotional data set that deals with memory, something that Refik has talked about, and deals with also nostalgia and sadness. And that data set will also be, you know, similar when it comes to time to generating some kind of output. It won't be a GAN that I know, but it may be something bigger and strange, maybe some kind of amalgamation of something. But, you know, it will also be, I think, important for me to expose like how I'm labeling and tagging the images and the time it took and even the size of it, because those measurements are not cold or mechanical measurements. They are things that are rooted to my memory and my processes and my family's trauma and like the collective grief that people had around Katrina, and then the collective, the collective community coming together and triumphing over this awful event and being able to grow and rebuild. And those are like positive emotions that are also sort of captured in the images, because there's images of spaces that were completely wiped away that have now been rebuilt, 15 years later. And it's important, I think, to use the data structure of what I will be hand tagging those words with to sort of show that kind of change. And in that way, maybe it is revealing the labor and the structure of AI, but it's also to try to reveal the structures and the complexities of how do you reflect on what is emotion.
Thank you so much, Caroline. I would like to address a question for all of you. How to open the technology, the use of technology, of AI technology for young creative coders? Like, how would you advise them to begin? Where are the, how would you advise them to start working with this tool as a co-creative partner?
I think there's beautiful resources, especially I like Gene Kogan, who is doing this ML for artists, I think is it called. And I would recommend, if you are coming from a creative background or design research background, to make sure that in your research you always see things. So a lot of work with artificial intelligence, you basically see a console and you see numbers, and that can be super frustrating as things take time, etc. And for very explorative, visionary visual artists, that can be sometimes frustrating. And to have some environments that invite you to build quick iterations, learn and fail and try again, and to continuously create output by learning from those machines and trying to understand what is the correlation between a data set, a certain configuration of a network, and the corresponding outcome is, in my opinion, my advice for some kind of organic and playful learning within this field. And I do believe that Gene Kogan's ML4 Artist has been one of the best resources I have ever seen that are really tackling experimental approaches. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mio. Refik, I know that you are doing also like a lot of work of promoting working with AI for young artists, and
Yes.
yeah, what would be your advice on this topic?
So I think what is, again, 4 years ago, I was no idea how to use AI in any scale very openly. And I'm not a heavy coder, still not a heavy coder. But what I learned is basically the tools are now very accessible. That's one good news. But I think to eliminate overwhelming impact of a new library, new computation logic, I think runway ML that I'm seeing at the moment is one of the best. It's a very, NYU grad students dream of like linking accessible AI research. And at the moment you have zero like code knowledge. You can simply use a UI as similar as possible to any, I think, Adobe families, like, those creative tools, with just learning how to curate your data, curate your vision. You have a chance to create your own data sets, you analyze your data sets problems, and even make your own model in the cloud in just a couple of dollars level. So while it is super, helpful for the early stage learners, and I also use in my practice, by the way, I'm teaching the last 4 years a class that is focused on the idea of using motion in the media arts context. And I saw by training people and young minds, they are extremely hopeful when they see something that is not overwhelming, that is not like let you like stop, like what is this world, that kind of. And people who loves to learn, I think they are already in a good shape. But young generations who specifically enjoying like game engine culture, right? Because they simply now enjoying this almost no coding but pure graphical approach to the computation. I advise that will be, I think, the best of starts. And yeah, Gene is a wonderful mind who is generously sharing his vision and knowledge as well.
Thank you very much, Refik. Caroline, we all know that these tools and technologies, it is a privilege also to be able to work and use these technologies. And not everyone has access to them. So what would be the strategies to reach out to wider audiences and to people with different levels of engagement in technological discourses, or like different accesses to technological knowledge?
I guess I'm going to jump on the runway train for a second as well. And sort of that's a tool I recommend a lot of people use, even like more academic scholars who are just interested in like generating their own images or output for papers they're writing, that it's just worth playing with and seeing what can be done. It's one I heavily recommend. But I guess, it would be great to see more tools like that you can more plug and play with. Outside of AI, I'm now blanking on the name, but it's, there's like this interface where you're connecting different squares and it's to make music, MaxMSP. And I think like any kind of sort of like GUI on top of something is obviously so helpful. When I got my start learning how to code, that was one of the things I loved about Unity, for example, is it felt really approachable in a strange way because it looked a lot like the Adobe software I had sort of grown up using. But I guess if you're asking even more beyond that, like how do we make these topics more understandable? I feel like in a way they kind of already are, but also perhaps it's not approached in the right ways. But every newspaper out there talks about artificial intelligence, and they talk about platform accountability and algorithms. And I would say a way to maybe unpack this even more is having better collaborations and communications with journalists, and then to turn it back on the media, have them understand technology more if they can. So if there's some kind of, collaboration or work that could happen between, working with newspapers to really explain what AI is, so there isn't any kind of AI fear-mongering that's out there, but, that harms are dealt with in like a rational and explainable way. But I don't know, I guess beyond that, I am really excited to see that, at least with some of the journalists I speak to, that their specific beats, as they're called, the domains that they cover, that a lot of them are just artificial intelligence, or it is just machine learning, that is something that their newsroom is dedicating their resources to having this one journalist really understand what that domain area is. And I feel like that is an amazing step. And so perhaps seeing more of that, for example, would be ways to make this more approachable and understandable to the general public.
Thank you very much. I would like to address the next question to all of you. Like, how do you envision the future of this medium? And how do you see the role of this medium in creating positive futures and more sustainable futures?
I do believe that this technology is a very, machine learning in general is a very special technology. It is not a phone, it is not industrialization, it is not the internet, it is laying on top of all of them. So if you look at a lot of tools that a lot of animals have on this planet, and a lot of different features, then there's one animal among them that is able to compress information like no other. And that particular animal is able to eat all the other because of that feature. Now, that is an evolutionary power feature, and it's intelligence, to compress information. So and that is why people often ask me about the future of AI. I can't really tell. But if you think of virtual reality, and there's beautiful works about virtual reality. But what virtual reality, for instance, does is it revolutionizes the way how we transport one screen towards two screens on two eyes. And this one screen is 100 years old. Two screens on two eyes is 20 years old. Now, intelligence is 100,000 years old, and digital intelligence is 15 years old. That is a whole completely different power that was even 15 years, 20 years ago in computer science only experimental and not really believable that this could even ever be done. So I'm not saying that I know where this goes, but I'm very sure that it will change absolutely everything real quick. And so powerful within business, creative industries, as well as arts and culture, that it's our part, our duty to keep on discussing. So it is for sure that the creative industries can't keep up within their research necessarily with the big industries, but we might be able to add different perspectives, like Refik does in his collaboration with NVIDIA, and they are open for those new perspectives, and then they can benefit from each other and find new visions. But to invite as many people as possible into the design process of our future need to be covered by scientists, by feminists, by political activists, as well as by artists. And that is to have as diverse set of decision makers is, I think, absolutely necessary, and also the duty of arts. Yeah.
Definitely. I think this is very important to have many participatory voices included into this dialogue. And to create as much inclusion as possible. And although this is not, this is the ideal case, and if we see AI as a tool for knowledge creation, I would like to ask you, which are the realm of knowledge that you think that haven't been captured yet, or haven't been paid enough attention, have been neglected by the mainstream narratives? What other pools of knowledge, domains of knowledge, would benefit from being included more into the discussions?
I mean, first of all, I completely agree that just maybe very quick to say, literally maybe what made me very hopeful is not just a bright hope, totally aware of ramification, totally aware of like things completely can go wrong easily. Just I'm not ignoring anything around that problem of like any technology. But what I want to say is so far, in all my past collaboration last 3 years with the giants that are like holding these, tools before they are become product, they are asking so far incredible questions. So I can openly and very honestly say that I didn't see anyone really pushing for something or ignoring verification. So that's something to say very openly and honestly. And the second thing that I really enjoy, that I think any mind who should also maybe try to practice is, for example, in the very first art residency at Google, what was amazing is we didn't only just talk with deep math of AI. We didn't talk about like only the complexity of AI algorithms or challenges. We have a neuroscientist, we have a shaman, an artist, and an AI engineer. Like this symbiotic communication between different fields, and when they like think together, and that goes beyond just a tool, that I think where serendipity starts to appear, which I think we all need to push from all our perspectives. And the second thing that really maybe much strongly beneficial is, while open sourcing is working great, but open sourcing data is not as good as open sourcing the algorithms. We are still lacking of like information, right, for humanity to understand what can be done. And the third thing that I would like to say, if we can, as humanity, I think we know that libraries, right, where the information becomes knowledge, are lacking of these tools, right? So, and 21st century most likely is beyond just typing a keyword and finding a reason or result, right? And I don't know if we have enough time to even improve our fundamental starting points of knowledge. Like, how can we improve our existing libraries? How can we improve our existing ways of learning? And I think that is the part where AI can be extremely helpful, like a whole new pedagogy, a whole new, creating a new like education system, a whole new like imagination with the machines can improve humanity's capacity of imagination and eventually capacity of learning and remembering. So I think there is this beautiful gap there that we couldn't fill yet. But I think pedagogically, if we push together all the educators in the game, we have a massive chance here. We have something that doesn't forget.
Thank you, Refik. Caroline, do you have an answer, or would you like to add anything to how to challenge mainstream narratives and to look at ways of creating knowledge from neglected fields, or looking in other places than in the usual places?
Sure. Mine's probably going to be a big bummer because I'm going to put on my human rights hat and say that it's still all broken and not working very well. And I think we still need more harm reduction, more marginalized groups working in tech. Like, what would it look like if the head of every AI group was a woman of color? Like, what kind of things would we make? I don't think we can necessarily dream of positive futures right now when so many things are still so broken. Like the idea of having perhaps AI in schools right now, we have to, I think, scale the way back to really practical concerns of like privacy, where like the United States is a surveillance state, for example, and that a lot of tools misuse our privacy and data, like Zoom is one of them, for example, that even big spaces like Google and Facebook, for example, are regularly misusing data or are collaborating with groups like ICE, if we look at Microsoft and GitHub, or Google's Project Dragonfly, just to like name a few things, right? So I think like I have hope for the future. I want us to get to all the things Refik describes because those are beautiful things that we should want and aim for. But we are still standing in such mass inequity that is, technology is a mirror of society, and society is deeply, deeply unequal and deeply, deeply broken. And I think that we can see some of that brokenness reflected even in AI and art collaborations of who gets funded or what has been winning awards for the past 2 years or what has been winning funding, for example. I think we're seeing a change now, which is great and important. But I think that there are so many things to still course correct for. And it's the same recommendations that are said over and over and over again, which is how diverse is your team? What's the structure of your company? How are people treated when they provide criticism? What are your data privacy rules and regulations? How are you determining like the products you build and how how they interact with people? How are they using people's data? All of these things that are repeatedly critiqued and asked for again and again from activists to civil society, even demanded by regulators like the European Union and European Parliament. These are things that actually need to be delivered on for us to start being able to dream with AI. And so as kind of the lead at the bottom of a balloon right now, it's something that I want us to still center because, if we can start actually implementing those things, then I think we can get to, well, what can it do? What could we let it do, right? But I feel like I at least can't dream those dreams yet.
Thank you, Caroline. I think that's connecting very well with also like something that Refik says, can machines make connections between multiple people's dreams? So how to learn how to dream together with the machine. It's a quest for the artistic inquiry. And now I would like to address you some questions from the audience. Naoto is stating that it's interesting how the three presenters use data in different ways. Mio said about computers' intention. Then what is intention authorship in the data set?
Super interesting question from my friend Naoto. It's actually hard to tell, but as I challenge the authorship of my own artworks, I have to be very consequent and also neglect all other authorships of every other artifact. So basically, like, I do believe that all kinds of actions, or if I investigate machines as a complete authority of emptiness that might create artifacts, then I basically start to question in general what's the benefit of our authorship concerning any artifact. But that means, to be only consequent, that I would have to question any kind of authorship of actions. So our decisions about to design those studios is also an authorship concerning a creator that came up with this idea. But if you grab that data and you want to challenge what is the authorship of the considering artwork, I have to disrespect all authorship concerning the data too.
So the authorship is co-shared, like with the authorship existing in...
Just nature. That's it. Nature. You point a camera at nature. And it doesn't really matter if there's humans running around talking. If you record the sea creating waves, it's all the same.
Thank you very much. The next question. So for Refik and Mio, what do you think, how does technology or artistic collectives who work in tech challenge the current art industry?
I mean, I think one of the heavy hit of course, the current situation is, of course, the performing arts. Specifically, not only exhibitions, but also like performances, right? Like, we also have a very, very major impact happen on us, like major installations, major performances have been postponed or canceled. So that's, and that's pretty much similar problem at the same time for anyone kind of thing. But what I found, again, if possible, if the collective doesn't get affected by health or by finance, by mentally, I think we have an opportunity to go deeper. From my, again, humble perspective, I think the life was extremely fast. Life was extremely out of control. Everyone was demanding something, asking something, going somewhere to do something. Like, this purpose was living itself. So from my heart, I feel like finally I have a time to go deeper. But of course, practically thinking, financially also has a major impact. So in Europe, I believe the collectives are, with the help of governments, maybe in a better shape, but I can say from the US perspective, there's a major pause, like a major pause. In Asia, I'm seeing and hearing and working much actively, which is something maybe good news. And if you think this thing is start from Asia as like a wave of like, experience, where it started is becoming something else. And very Newtonian thinking, if you know how it started, like can you predict where it may go? So hopefully, if the purpose, the careful societies will hopefully recover much quicker. Like right now, working in Seoul, for example. Seoul is almost up and running. So there's some good news here. But that's what I'm seeing, and very live and openly saying that I don't know how quickly we can recover, but I know that be a major serendipity for many people to find their next ideas. I'm 100% sure.
Thank you so much, Refik, for providing this multicultural perspective. Our time is up. Thank you so much for a very interesting panel discussion. It's been a pleasure to have you on set this evening. I wish you a wonderful evening and a wonderful evening to everyone who has been watching us. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Diana.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, Caroline. Ciao,
Thank you so much,
Ciao.
Refik,
Great to be
Caroline.
here. Have a wonderful NODE festival.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Ciao.
Thank you, Mio.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Mio. Thank you, Caroline, and thank you, Refik, for the talk, for our last panel for today. Back with us is famous new media artist Jeremy Bailey. So, Jeremy, what have you been doing?
Oh, wow. Yeah, hi. I've been watching all the panels, performances, getting inspired, but also learning what I can do to help. So in some of the panels specifically, the same theme kept coming up. What can we do as artists? What can we do as artists? And I kept hearing, we have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to communicate clearly to the world what's going on. And so, yeah, I thought, hey, I'll take a stab at it. So that's what my face is inspired by, an attempt to communicate clearly. As you can see, the world is on fire and the world is my face. So there we go. I mean, how much more clear can we get than that?
I think that's maybe that could be a poll you could ask our little wrap-up session that will be on in 2 minutes, because guess what? You can answer another poll by the Skult project, which will be on now, and after it we meet in the wrap-up area again. So
cool.
Recommendations on Earth Sample O3's hospitality capabilities. In light of the recent and, as of today still incomplete, recovery of our ecosystems, in light of the roots of this recovery in the dramatic and dramatic famine that led to a near halving of the sample's population, in light of the remaining environmental threats, rising sea levels, toxic atmosphere outside of our protective airstream, and in light of the fragile equilibrium between urbans and rurals whose interdependencies remain many and complex, we propose that the quota of climatic refugees our society can welcome through this first wave of, sadly but likely, many, should be of no more than 0.2% of our own, a fraction of those hoping to find shelter in our home. Our fragile sustainability is threatened by the arrival of refugees whose land was lost to the rising seas. While part of our population offers shelter, many still traumatized by the famine that cost them family members are fiercely opposed. We must think of our own first. If we don't, we will soon lose control of our ecosystem and be forced out as well. B. Our parents taught us solidarity. We will reclaim the waters and build a home for them there, no matter the risks.
Welcome to our little wrap-up session of the second day of NODE Forum. With us is Alex again, happy to have you, and Vera and Johannes from the first AI panel. I hope you have all seen it, otherwise you can rewatch it, it's still on the stream. And and of course, famous new media artist Jeremy Bailey, who turned his face into a burning planet, if you haven't seen that.
Hello.
So because we don't have, of course, like the problem which we have the whole day, there's not enough time. So we have just a little time. So I would love to start with asking you how you feel after a long day and what you like take out of the day.
Great. I think it wasn't that long a day for me because our session was like in the later half of the day, but yeah, it was, I think, a really, really great program. Congratulations, guys. I think what you've put together in terms of positions and also juxtaposing or combining artistic and research positions onto the panels, I think was really, really well done. So, without further ado,
bring out
I'm
the
going to reach into the
now Vera is.
Here's one I prepared earlier.
Sorry,
Jeremy.
Jealous.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm getting
Jeremy,
really
you gotta
jealous
get
of all
drink.
the champagne. Yeah. God.
I love how Jeremy's hair is literally on fire.
Yeah, he was asking, do you think this is like a proper artwork, like responding to all the subjects that got addressed?
It's the least we can do, right?
Yeah, I think it's, to keep on doing what we do, it's also sometimes important to not be serious all the time in order to stand up tomorrow again and, tackle all the problems there are. So, but actually I miss you here, Jeremy. I would like to say cheers to you. And I would like to say cheers to the NODE team. I totally admit, or I agree to what Vera said.
Cheers.
Watching from outside and from being inside, it was, it's amazing what you guys do here. It's super important for me. It feels very nice to meet some people like Mio and Vera and David and these people again, and also this bridging the gap between these political topics and media art. I know it's not very easy, and I think you guys are doing a very good job there.
And while we're at it, fantastic work of the team. This is a super cool setup. I don't know if you guys on the stream can actually, see glimpses of it. I think you can. Super cool tech team. Everything's running super well. And I think this hybrid concept that you guys have conceived is really successful. I was very, very curious to see how that pans out, and it's been a real pleasure to be part of this.
Perfect.
Thank you.
That's
How
what we
about
like,
you?
all this praise.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
much-
This is drinks and praise. I
Feels
like
great.
it. Yeah. I'm feeling pretty great myself. I had a good day, a very inspiring day. There's actually a lot that I take away from, the stuff that even I myself together with the team kind of put together. That's obviously the best possible outcome. That you yourself learn a lot, take away a lot from kind of the program that you put together, and it was. One of the interesting outcomes also was how kind of the conversation that began in the first Second Nature panel sprawled into the speaker's corner somewhat unexpectedly. I got drawn into the conversation. I was just having casual coffee, and then, hey, the speaker's corner is open. Why don't you join us? And then I did, and so did Moritz. And so we had a super inspired, spirited discussion for probably an hour and a half about the topics that were raised in the initial panel, and yeah, I was surprised and inspired, and yeah, a little overwhelmed how people even that did not participate in the panels, or that were maybe watching the panels, or even people that only participated in the workshops or hosted workshops actually. Who couldn't watch the panels, like responded to some of the topics that we then brought to them. So that was really, a nice surprise and a nice way to kind of continue.
That session in the early afternoon that was hosted by, I think, Elise,
yes.
that Moritz took part in as well, I think was super nice, because I think it was, it's a fine balance to kind of look at these very kind of heavy topics in a very poetic way, and I think there were some really, really beautiful statements by the artists on that panel. I remember Moritz saying, kind of using the term of carbon removal as collective mourning. I thought that was really beautiful. That session was definitely one of my highlights as well.
Yeah, another thing that I took away from that, and that is something that was new to me. This seventh generation principle that is kind of comes from ancient indigenous philosophy, where all of your decisions that you do today should be considered how they affect or might affect future generations, or actually 7 generations from ahead. And in the speaker's corner then after the panel, we were kind of talking about how we could turn those principles into kind of a mechanism that could be applied and implemented culturally. So because a lot of the the problems that we talked about, the entanglements and this focus on individualism is rooted in culture. And yes, there's like big structural changes that need to happen, but there are also cultural shifts that need to happen. And so we almost need like new mechanisms, that determine what makes us happy. What are the things that we should strive for, and we may not need more information, but rather simpler, more easily applicable principles, and just thinking about the decisions that you do in a way how they affect others, and kind of how you are connected through various layers, through other things, and all the things in your life are also kind of connected through various layers, through everything else, and kind of thinking about that, I think was that certainly that principle is something that I will take away from that conversation.
What's the say? I think that was a real thread today. I mean, the festival is definitely one of the first moments where we as a community are coming together again since the world turned upside down this year. And I think a little bit of a diagnosis from today seems to be that it has made everyone think more long-term again. Like you just said, that's a beautiful example for it. I think all of us both of us on the panel, also a lot of the other artists that I've seen today were emphasizing how this time has changed their priorities, has changed their focus, and the common denominator seems to be that everything has become a tiny little bit more serious, and people are re-evaluating their values almost. We grew up in a time of infinite growth, and when we became adults and defined what our studios are based on, what kind of values we apply in our own work. I'm really enjoying to see that so many others are on that track with me and with my partners at the studio.
Yeah, I totally agree to that. I didn't know if it's a general thing or it's in my bubble in the last days and weeks and also months. It's like this whole reflection of our lifestyle and also the urgency of these topics really became aware, like we're everywhere, and now meeting people again in a place like this, like you said, and seeing that from all the angles people, at least want to contribute to the important topics and feel the urgency of the moment also as you said, in a way it's nice to see. I don't know if nice is the right word in that context, and we are like the 10% of the world which actually can still hang out here and drink Riesling. But I mean, I have a lot to digest, I have to say. Also what Vladan said, and I said it in the panel again, it's like I don't feel we contribute enough to these topics, but at least I feel the urge to do so. And this is maybe much more serious than we would normally talk at the end of a day with something like a Riesling on the table, but it's important. So let's keep on with it. It's important. Let's act. Let's look at the 7 generations. And that really inspired me, what you just said. And I think these discussions, also face-to-face, are super important and to share with the community. And I hope we will find a way to kind of get in discussion with the whole community. Because I remember the NODE being a festival which inspired me amazingly a lot. For example, in 2015 was like the first time I was here the full time, and it's like this open source community, not only like the software, VVVV, but also this open source of knowledge they produce. Like producing something which has economic value, and then getting on stage and showing it and open sourcing it. And in a way, all of them are in the same business, but they work together and accelerated a software which is out of a community over different other software projects. And the spirit today, I can't feel it as much as if a lot of you guys were here, but I hope that we can keep it on in different formats like this. So at least we can feel the spirit here.
I might want to keeping one thought that you just mentioned, or address this really quickly, and I know it's just going to be an open question that I would love to be discussed further as well along the next days, because what you said, Alex, with that we have to narrow things down in a way or simplify them, I actually had a different feeling. I had the feeling like even if this 6th generation or 7th generation principle makes totally sense to me, I felt it's so complicated, and there are so many different, so many inspiring voices, but still they come from a different direction. I think at least, just in the last panel, I had so many different thoughts which are not in one line. It's just really coming from different viewpoints. And as well as what Carolina was saying, intersectionality or a feminist view, and who can sit here, what are our privileges, who are we as well, right? This panel, of course, all white, and I think this is something that needs to be discussed as well, because I don't even know what simplification would mean for me, because of course it's my view on the world. But then I think it's like really hopeful to have a community that shares thoughts and that shares ideas and that's like open for this. And so, it's more like a kind of like a statement or open question, but I think that's super, at least for me, for my view, it's super important to keep on discussing this as well.
I really enjoyed how strongly Caroline phrased this in her statements, because she's right, we need to say this a lot louder, because it's not being said often enough. And on our panel, Vladan had actually a very good way of describing it. He said that the data sets that we use to train AI systems and neural networks are a massive compression of statistics, right? That's what he said, statistical data. And all the spikes and all the differences get neutralized in that compression. And for me, that was a really interesting picture to keep in mind, that I think really helps me to be aware of what these systems are actually doing on a practical level. And I think the feminist data set, I don't know where it's going to go, but I think it's an amazing initiative. Just even postulating the idea that there need to be alternative data sets that we train these systems on.
So because we are already, are we over time? No.
Yeah.
Yes, we are over time, actually. Quite a bit.
Anybody need to go anywhere?
So, so we need to wrap that up already, our small wrap up. But maybe, Alex, do you want to say like 2 words to what's happening tomorrow at the panel?
2 words?
Two sentences?
That's it.
Well, I have 3 words.
Okay, 3.
Green the internet. If I have 5 words, it's like how to green the internet. That is the panel that we will kick the day off with tomorrow. So really relevant for everybody, and we have a great lineup for that. So yeah.
Yeah, and then I think there will be marshmallow laser feast at the second panel, which is called "We Live in an Ocean of Air," and and what is up next, Jeremy? Now.
What is up next? No, I feel like I missed an opportunity to say something profound. You all just like got to say all this profound stuff, and I feel like totally left out. No champagne, no opportunity to look smart.
Sorry.
But I will say, I would summarize everything you just said as maybe it's not all about me. Actually, maybe it's not all about us either. Maybe it's about who's not here, a greater whole, and maybe it's not even about humans, right? Anyway. I'm pretty inspired by that. Actually, I think in what's up next, there might be some answers. So coming up next, we have the NODE MUTEK collaboration screenings, and we have 2 performers. One, human drama, hello, yes, by F3 Studio, and the whole thing there is the concept of being human today. So I'm curious what being human today really is all about. What is the concept? And then after that, the echo chamber. Martin Messier is going to perform something inspired by ultrasounds, which I would assume is, I don't know. Should I assume an ultrasound of a fetus? I don't know. Maybe it's an ultrasound of, I don't know. Who knows? The universe. We'll have to stay tuned and find out.
Yeah, we will do that. And so we say bye for tonight. Thank you very much for being here. And we see you tomorrow at 2:30, right?
I'll be here. I don't go away. I mean, it's like, I'm just a digital being, right? So turn me on.
Okay, so thank you very much. It's the 3 of you, and I see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching, and bye-bye. Have a good night.
Ciao, Jeremy.
Ciao.